righty, good morning. I'm Greg Evans, District 2 Secretary, and also humbly serving as the chair of this task force. Also online with us is our co-chair, Jason Peters. He's the Director of Operations out in District 3. Thank you, Jason, for joining us. And on behalf of Jason and myself, we want to thank you all for joining us today. We hope that you, your families, your communities continue to be well and safe. We also want to express our appreciation for your continued participation in these meetings. We know that you're very busy balancing your professional and personal lives during these unprecedented times. The work you're doing as a task force is a critical element to this project, and on behalf of the entire Florida Department of Transportation, we want to say thank you for being here today. We've appreciated your flexibility as we continue to evolve the structure of our meetings. As you have noticed, we're now using the term meeting to describe these events and resuming the sequencing that we started back in the fall. So this is officially task force meeting number 6. We anticipate 3 more meetings between now and October to complete our work. Given the continued uncertainty about timing for resuming large gatherings, we will continue to set dates, design meeting formats with a combination of virtual and in-person ways for both the task force members and the public to participate. As always, public input is an important part of our process. Today we will hear an update on the public input received to date through these meetings, the community open houses, emails, letters, and other channels of communication. We also have an opportunity for public comments at the end of this meeting today. If any of the task force or anyone wishes to make comments, please register if you have not done so already. To register, just go to floridamcorps.com and register by 2:30 this afternoon. As a new opportunity, we have 2 public viewing locations set up, one in Monticello and another in Trent. Our focus today and during the next few meetings will be on drafting the key elements of your recommendations, including high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions for project development and beyond. We've been working on different pieces of this list during the past few meetings, and we've been integrating your comments from these discussions as well as prior meetings into a single draft. Today, we'll be looking at a complete draft for the first time. You all received this list via email last week, and hope you had an opportunity to review. Our goal today is to transition the high-level needs as a working list to support the guiding principle development. We'll continue to work on the guiding principles and instructions today and at future meetings. When we talk about refining guiding principles today, we're looking for content, intent, and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments during the future meetings as your report comes together. Today, we are hoping the task force as a group could provide instructions on how to adjust the current draft and be comfortable leaving the revised version as a working draft so we can focus our future discussion time on all guiding principles and instructions. Today, we also have some subject matter experts online to assist in addressing questions. The goal is to support your deliberation. Please let us know what you need. So at this time, I'll turn the program back over to our facilitator, Mr. Greg Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to briefly cover several topics this morning real quick. The public comment period will also look at the logistics for today's meeting, the agenda, objectives, and materials, and then a brief Florida Sunshine reminder. The public comment period begins at 3 p.m. or as soon as we are done with the task force member discussion. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently from our 2 physical public viewing locations in Jefferson and Gilchrist counties. Requests to provide comments virtually received by 2:30 today will be addressed during the public comment period in the order they were received. If you have not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and you wish to do so, then we just encourage you to please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need the link emailed to you, please use the raise your hand function and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. Requests to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card on site at the registration area. The meeting is being recorded today and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. You will remain muted for the presentations, and once we get into the task force member discussions, we will shift to a more interactive format. Similar to previous webinars, our discussion today would be more like an in-person meeting. Instead of putting up your tent card to indicate you would like to ask a question or make a comment, you can use the raise your hand feature located here on the screen that you see. We would just ask you to remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce the background noise. I generally will recognize people in the order that they raise their hand, although as we do in an in-person meeting, I may manage the flow at times to allow members who have not yet had an opportunity to make a comment to speak or to wrap up one thread of conversation before we begin another. If you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. A quick reminder, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call, as we will hear your hold music. One last note, we may have adjusted your username to readily identify you as a task force member for when we need to unmute your line. So please do not make any changes to your username so that you may be heard during the roll call and the Q&A period. The objectives for today's meeting are to review the public engagement activities, establish initial consensus on the high-level needs that has been discussed previously, discuss and refine the draft guiding principles, discuss draft instructions for project development and beyond, review draft report outline and report drafting process, review the corridor planning activities, and then obviously receive public comments. A quick recap of today's agenda. I'll run through a refresher on Government in Sunshine, then we'll announce the roll call. We'll then have a presentation from Will Watts on public engagement activities, followed by a discussion on high-level needs. Then we'll begin reviewing and refining the guiding principles until we have a lunch break around 11:30. We'll return at 1 o'clock this afternoon to continue reviewing and refining the guiding principles. Then at 2:30, we'll have a presentation from Wei Wei Shin on the task force report outline and drafting process, followed by a presentation on corridor planning activities from Will Watts and Ryan Asmus. We'll then briefly touch base on next steps and then turn to public comment. The public comment period is scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. or as soon as the agenda items are completed, and we hope that all our task force members will be able to stay with us through the duration of the public comment period. Today we have a short reminder of the Government in the Sunshine requirements. Generally speaking, as has been stated before, task force members should not communicate either verbally, through email, or via a third party to another task force member on items under consideration by the task force. You may communicate on matters unrelated to task force topics, though. David Flynn from the Office of the Attorney General is online with us today as well and can answer any questions regarding the Sunshine Law as it relates to the task force. When we get to the Q&A part of the agenda, if you have any questions about that, that can be handled then. All right, all task force members were given unique links to sign in. As task force members logged in, we noted attendance. I'll now read through your names and organizations and note who is present and who is not in attendance. If you are a substitute and we didn't recognize your attendance, if you would please send an email to Ryan Asmus, and we will make for sure that we notate that officially so it can be in the records of today's meeting. So with that being said, we'll start the roll call and go through the list of attendees and or the list of our task force members. Happy to report we have a large house today. Most people joined us, and again, thank you very much for taking the time to do so. Secretary Greg Evans from the Florida Department of Transportation is present. Jason Peters from the Florida Department of Transportation is also with us today. Chris Wynn from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is also present. Mark Futrell from the Florida Public Service Commission is present today on the call or at the meeting. Then we have Eric Anderson from Enterprise Florida is present today. Commissioner Jeff Kennard from representing the Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization was not able to be with us today. Scott Coons representing the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council is present today. Charles Lee representing Audubon, Florida is on at the meeting today. Kent Wimmer representing the Defenders of Wildlife is present today, as is Commissioner Scott Carnahan representing Citrus County Commission. Commissioner Anthony Adams from representing Lafayette County Commission is present today. Diane Head representing Career Source Florida is present. Paul Myers representing the Florida Department of Health is present. Commissioner Mark Hatch representing the Dixie County Commission is present. Janet Bowman representing the Nature Conservancy is present. Kenneth Dudley is substituting for Commissioner Pam Fiegel representing Taylor County Commission, and Kenneth Dudley is on the at the meeting with us today. Chris Lee representing the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation is with us today and is present. Lyle Siegler representing the Northwest Florida Water Management District is present. Sherilyn Pickles representing Madison County is present. Michelle Hopkins representing Southwest Florida Water Management District is also present today. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is present. Christopher Emanuel representing the Florida Chamber of Commerce was not able to be with us today. Commissioner Todd Gray representing Gilchrist County is present. Ken Armstrong representing the Florida Trucking Association is present. Mary Cross representing the Florida Department of Education is present. Randy Wilkerson representing the Florida Rural Water Association is present. Chris Bailey representing the Florida Internet and Television Association is present. Commissioner Christian Dozer representing the Capital Regional Transportation Planning Agency is present. Commissioner Matt Brooks representing Levy County Commission was not able to be with us today. Susan Ramsey representing the Florida Economic Development Council is present. Charles Shin representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation is present today. Chris Stahl representing the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is present. Dr. Lawrence Barrett representing Florida Gateway College was not able to be with us today. James Stansberry, substitute for Brian McManus, representing the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, is present today. John Groskoff, representing North Florida Community College, is present today. Chris Rito, representing the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, is present. Thomas Hawkins, representing Thousand Friends of Florida, is present. Commissioner Betsy Barfield, representing Jefferson County Commission, is present. Ashley Stefanik, representing the Suwannee River Water Management District, is present. Pegeen Hanrahan is representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, is present and joining us today. And last but not least, Audrey Kidwell, representing Volunteer Florida, is also present. So now that we have the roll call out of the way, we're going to go ahead and move into our first presentation. I'll ask Will Watts, the FDOT Chief Engineer, to provide the task force and everyone at the meeting today with an update on public engagement activities. So, Will.
Thank you, Greg. All right, welcome everybody. I know wanted to kind of get into the public comments for a while in more detail. We did cover it back in March with the Southwest Task Force, and then we gave access to all the members of the task force with the CBTs. So certainly engaging the public and obtaining feedback and also providing updates to interested parties are a priority for the department. For the second time, all public comments are being made available to the task force members. In addition, the department has heard from the public that has taken advantage of providing input through email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities through virtual means and viewing sites, community open houses prior to March 2020, and ones that are scheduled to resume at the end of August. Virtual meetings have been used to support social distancing and the governor's orders, but has proven to expand the outreach of the engagement activities. The 4 virtual meetings gave access for 195 public comments and almost 3,000 attendees. Throughout the in-course process, engagement from the public has been a priority for the department, utilizing various means to help facilitate actionable conversations among the task forces in the event in-course projects come to fruition. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the outset of planning. A virtual part of MCOR's effort has been to gather public comments and engage with the public in various ways, whether it be filling out comment cards during open houses and community presentations, giving public comment during task force meetings, or emailing FDOT Listens inbox. As task force members have heard from the public within the task force meetings, and those have been recorded and remain available on the MCOR's website. The comment numbers provided today exclusively include written comments from the comment cards, the FDOT Listens inbox, handwritten letters from August 2019 to June 30th, 2020. The proposed study areas for all 3 corridors cover 18 counties and encompass nearly 3,000 residents as of 6/30/2020, the number of written comments received is well over 11,000 comments. Of these, 1,900 have been original comments, but the vast majority, over 9,600, have been pre-generated form letters. FDOT has provided you a raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received, as well as areas of interest that were mentioned in those comments that were not pre-generated form letters. We have given you all written public comments since August 2019 through June 30th, 2020. We also separated and gave you the pre-generated forms as a separate grouping so you can also review and use as appropriate. There are currently 11 variations available for your review. Because no build is always an option, the department has only tracked topics mentioned at a very high level, not the sentiment of the comment. The topics identified have allowed the department to ensure those topics are discussed and considered throughout the process at task force meetings. The first grouping we categorize written comment is around the topic of traffic. Traffic is further subdefined, as the 5 categories above. Projected alignment of route locations, tolls, expand, maintain existing roads, multimodal, mass transit, alternate transportation, and hurricane evacuation. So here's a snapshot of the data where comments received mentioned traffic as an area of interest. 39% of those traffic comments talked about expanding, maintain existing roads. 25% talked about tolling. 13% had comments about hurricane evacuation. 12% had comments about multimodal, mass transit, alternate transportation, and 11% had comments regarding alignment and route locations. Those total volumes are in the lower right of this slide. The second grouping we categorize written comments is around the topic of the environment. Environment is further subdefined as the 7 categories above: wildlife, habitat impacts, wetlands, water resources and aquifer, pollution, water, air, ground, native plants, conservation, and impacts to property, rural quality of life. So here's a snapshot of that grouping where comments received mention environment as an area of interest. 33% of the environmental comments talked about wildlife habitat impacts. 27% talked about impacts to property and rural quality of life. 14% had comments about water resources and aquifer, and 13 regarding conservation. Those total numbers are in the lower right as well. The third grouping we categorize written comments is around the topics that are covered under general. The general area of interest is further subdefined as the 6 categories above: cost, tourism, jobs, economic and business impacts, eminent domain, water, sewer utilities, and broadband. And like the other 2, here's a snapshot where comments received mention the 6 topics above. 40% of the comments categorized in the general grouping talked about cost, 32% talked about jobs, economic and business impacts, and 13% talked about broadband. Those numbers are total in the right as well. FDOT recommends feedback that guides action. So in the event these proposed corridors meet both environmental and financial feasibility, you as a task force have the actionable input from the public that you may consider. The graph above shows a comparison across all 18 areas of interest. So those are the 3 groupings combined into one slide. It is a comparison of total volume per topic. You can see wildlife, habitat impacts, and impacts to property and rural quality of life have the most appearances and written comments received. The next most received correlate to expand, maintain existing roads, water resources, aquifer, and conservation. And the third is tolling, cost, and jobs, economic and business impacts. To maximize the use of written public comments, task force members are encouraged to review the categorized data presented here today and the comments provided from the community open houses, in-person task force meetings, and from FDOT listen emails and letters. Also included is any official correspondence received from the municipalities. All the data presented here will be posted on the website, and all the documents have been emailed to all the task force members. The department continues to take feedback from the public via email at fdot.listens@dot.fl.us, website comments, traditional mail. And additionally, when the department can hold in-person task force meetings and community open houses, we will resume receiving public comment cards at those events and where we can provide viewing sites during the hybrid approach. So with that, we certainly pushed out a lot of data to you folks, but we're now open to any questions from the task force members.
Hello, Will. This is Kent Wimmer. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Kent. How are you doing today?
Just fine, thank you. I'd like to comment that I think it's disingenuous on part of the department to essentially discount 80% of the comments you received. I think especially when you choose to not classify, folks' opinions that supported not building the corridor. I mean, it's 80% of the comments you received. Yes, they were informed letters, but these represent the opinions of 80% of the people that submitted these comments. So I just think it's a disingenuous treatment of the public comments. Thank you.
Kent, and what we did do to try to, if anything, we tried to emphasize what those form letters were, because we've separated those into 11 individual letters that were submitted at the 9,600 of them. So you can see at a glance, all task force members can see at a glance what the summation of those form letters are. So if anything, I think we've made it easier for the task force members to see what those sentiments are by singling out those task force or those form letters.
Okay, we have Charles Shin representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Charles, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, I for one, I appreciate you separating those out, because it makes it a lot easier to look through and try to figure out, get the true sense and true feeling for what every commenter is saying, whether it's on a form letter or not. And I do appreciate that. Quick question that I do have, though, is I did not see in the public comments in the breakdown anywhere where you had agriculture. Now, you did talk about rural quality of life and impacts to property. Was there reference to agriculture in these public comments that I could find a little easier, or is it going to be in that particular section, that 27% that you spoke about under environmental mentions?
I believe you're correct that it does fall under the rural quality of life, but I will verify that and get back to the group.
All right. Any other questions from the task force members, or anybody else want to speak to the presentation in regards to the public engagement summary?
All right, well, just to close out, you've got a lot of data in front of you, both with this presentation and with all the public comments you received last night via link. So study those, and if we've got any further comments, get with your production leads, or we can certainly talk about them at a future task force meeting. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Will. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move forward. We're running ahead of schedule, which is good. That allows us to frees up some space to discuss the two big agenda items that we have on the docket today. And so now we're going to switch gears a little bit and move to the high-level needs, which have been discussed at previous meetings. Were discussed at the last meeting that we had back in June. And so Greg Garrett's going to now review the 10 high-level needs which have been drafted based on input from the task force. And but before I hand it over to Greg, I would like to let the task force know that in addition to Will Watts, FDOT Chief Engineer, who obviously just presented on the public engagement summary, as well as Wei Shin, the Chief Planner for FDOT. We also have several subject matter experts who are attending today's task force meeting, and they can help address if there's any technical questions as we go through the high-level needs. So without further delay, I'll turn it over to Greg Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Thank you to the task force once again. As Greg mentioned, I'm going to run quickly through sort of the framework of the high-level needs.
So this is the Greg, and Greg show.
That's right. We are
three Gregs.
We should use last names.
Exactly. So yeah, you've seen this slide before. This is the recommendations framework to address the statutory requirements for high-level needs. The statute describes the responsibility of the task force, which are essentially to provide consensus recommendation in 3 areas: the high-level needs for a corridor in the study area, which is the why of our project study, the guiding principles for planning and developing a corridor, which explain the how, and then ultimately instructions for FDOT and other partners to carry out the task force's recommendations in project development and beyond, which is the instructions for what's next. At each step of this process, the intent is to support your recommendations with data and ensure there is an explicit handoff to what comes next in terms of planning, project development, and design. As a refresher, The high-level needs essentially refer to the regional opportunities and challenges the corridor is intended to address. The high-level needs are informed by the 6 categories of purpose and the 13 areas of benefit listed in the statute, as well as the task force and public input. They are intended to be short statements of text supported by data and easily communicated with partners and to the public. The high-level needs language you develop eventually will become the basis for a more formal purpose and need in the project development and environmental process. I'd also like to note that the MCOR's high-level needs are somewhat different than traditional transportation needs because MCOR's is more than just a road project. They're broader at this phase of the program, and some of the statute language addresses the concept of different evaluations that could occur in the applications of these needs. As such, if there are specific considerations that you, the task force, want to be sure are documented and carried forward, we can include that in your final report as instructions or technical guidance on the needs or as part of the action plan. So now I'm going to briefly read over the need statements. I would like for you, if you could, to at this time reference the high-level needs worksheet that Secretary Evans reference was emailed to you and was provided on the Florida MCOR's website. And I'm going to briefly go through these and just sort of highlight some of the changes from what we discussed in virtual meeting 4 through to today. So here we go. The first need statement now reads support anticipated statewide and regional population and economic growth. The change to this need statement was the inclusion of statewide and regional, as there was discussion about geographic extent for this need in our last meeting. The next need statement now reads improve connectivity through access to a high-speed, high-capacity transportation corridor for people and commercial goods. This need statement was simply modified to make it a little bit more concise, but not a material change based on comments. The next statement reads, protect, restore, enhance, and connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems. This was, again, just sort of wordsmith to be tighter based off of feedback in the last meeting. The next 2 need statements were previously included in one statement, and they've been separated into 2, such to separate safety and emergency management into 2 separate statements. So now we have one that says enhance safety for all transportation users, and then enhance emergency management at the local, regional, and state levels. The next 2 were unchanged. They read improve access to ecotourism and recreational assets, and enhance workforce development, access to education, and job creation. The next need statement, it reads improve connectivity to agricultural businesses, manufacturing, warehousing, freight terminals, and intermodal logistics centers. The only change to this need statement is that farms was changed to read agricultural businesses. The next need statement is unchanged from the last meeting. It simply states expand rural broadband infrastructure and access to broadband services. And then we added a new high-level need statement which states preserve and improve the character and quality of communities. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for the discussion and thoughts from the task force members. Quickly before we open the conversation, I just want to emphasize that our focus today is to work towards an agreement on these high-level needs. As previously mentioned, we will have additional opportunities to discuss the inclusion of instructions or technical guidance for other specific considerations such as analyses or feasibility studies, social, economic, and traffic data considerations. But for this meeting, we'd like to keep our focus only on the need statements, or for this portion of the meeting, on the need statements, and consider them through a lens which asks, 1, if the needs sufficiently encompass all of the task force ideas, and 2, are set up to allow for those specific and additional considerations that some members may wish to include in the report, and which we'll discuss at upcoming meetings. So with that being said, Greg, I will turn it over to you all, and let's see what the task force members have to say.
Okay. And what I'd like to say before so task force members, if you have comments or questions that you would like to bring up in regards to the high-level needs, if you would just click the raise your hand feature so that we'll see that and be able to come to you. As Greg said, just from a facilitation standpoint, This portion of the agenda is really targeted towards the high level needs. We are planning and we will be getting to the guiding principles and after this. So, but we like to try to, because of the fact there has been previous discussion in regards to the high level needs, we'd like to try to get these a little more firmed up and make for sure that that you're generally comfortable with the high level needs that we have presented here. And so again, it's a stepped process, as Greg was talking about in his previous slides, to where you have the high level needs which feed into the guiding principles, which then feed into the instructions for you know, beyond the task force phase into corridor planning and into the PD&E. So with that being said, we've got a few people who have their hands raised to discuss the high level needs.
Greg,
And
say real quick, just as a reminder as well, because I know some task force members have spoken with us about being able to facilitate some of the questions that they might have. And so as the other Gregs have mentioned, we do have the subject matter experts available online. So if, you know, in considering those two lenses, you know, are they covering what you're asking, and do they set you up in the future? You have questions about some data or some expertise that's needed. We do have those resources available as well.
okay, very good. Okay, so Charles Lee representing Audubon, Florida. You have your hand raised, Charles.
Yes.
You have a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Looking at the very top bullet point raises the question, anticipated by whom? And I think this gets back to the issue of the need to honor and support adopted local government comprehensive plans. The anticipated statewide regional population and economic growth could be anybody's guess and or anybody's sort of aspirational advocacy position. Unless you tie it to something that is official and has been adopted under Florida law, you're really sort of putting something out there that has no basis. And so again, I recommend that the population growth that we are targeting the need for should be linked directly, and this language should include a reference to the comprehensive plans. That also relates to the last point, preserve and improve the character and quality of communities. Each county and each city have adopted a comprehensive plan that includes both their future land use map. It also includes protective provisions in many cases for certain aspects of their community. And so again, a reference to the adopted comprehensive plans of communities is important. The final point I want to make is with regard to bullet point 3, protect, restore, enhance, connect environmental sensitive areas, natural resources, ecosystems. If you build a road, particularly on a greenfield corridor where there is no road now, inevitably you will create development pressures that will change the possibility of the acquisition and preservation of land that are along the route of that road. There needs to be an offsetting premise that there will be an advanced effort to quickly move forward with the pending possible land acquisition and easement acquisition projects before the advent of the road begins to affect the real estate climate. If you don't do that, then all hope to acquire those parcels is lost. So I think there needs to be some restructuring of this to impart that sense of urgency and that sense of connection to the effects created by a new highway corridor. Those are my comments.
Are there any comments in response to that?
Yeah, does anybody from the task force from a discussion topic? Does anybody want to address Charles's comments or?
Especially maybe some of our county commissioners related to the comp plan.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, especially the representatives from our 8 counties in our corridor. If anybody wants to speak to that or address that.
Hey, Greg, before we turn it over to the task force members, this is Wei. Charles, the compatibility with local comp plans is a great comment. We have exactly the first guiding principle that we're going to discuss today is addressing that topic specifically. So when we get into the guiding principles, if we could all take a look at that language to see if that's sufficient or if we need to modify the needs statement here.
Good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles, one thought that I had just as I was listening to you speak about that is if that is, to your first bullet, and you were talking about the anticipated word and then the discussion of the local and comp plans, a minor edit to the point of support projected statewide and regional population economic growth consistent with local comp plans. Maybe adjustment like that seems to address your first comment.
And again, keep in mind that as we move from the high level need to the guiding principle to the instruction, the detail gets a little more firm with each phase. So the guiding principle is going to be a little bit more detailed and provide more specifics than the high level needs, and then the instructions is going to be the ultimate detail. I'll say ultimate detail, but anyway, it's going to provide more detail than the guiding principle does. So it could be something to kind of echo what Wei says. We're saying it could be something that we have addressed in the guiding principle, Charles, that maybe makes you, once we get to that, maybe addresses what you're concerned with in regards to that. But I do want to go to Ken Armstrong. Ken, you had your hand raised.
Yes, I had a couple comments. The first is on bullet number 4. It feels to me like we are downplaying in our high level needs the fact that what we're trying to do here is, among other things, among 9 of the things I think is give northbound, southbound travelers an additional option. And we hint at that a little bit in first or second bullet and kind of bounce around maybe that a little bit without ever saying it. And so I guess I would suggest that the 4th bullet say enhance travel options and safety for all transportation users. I think it would be possible to wordsmith some of the other bullets, but that feels to me like the easiest and best place to put it. So that would be my recommendation, is to make a reference to the fact that this is giving people an additional option that they haven't had before. Yes, sir.
No, okay. So could you say that again? So what were you wanting to add to the 4th bullet about safety?
I would make the 4th bullet read enhance travel options and safety for all transportation users.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I'm more than happy for the people, including staff, to recommend other ways, but I just don't think we've gotten to the point that one of the big things we're talking about with this corridor is that it gives people another north-south travel option.
So Ken, what I'm hearing you saying is that there might be a missing high-level needs bullet in regards to an additional travel option to northbound, southbound traffic. And your thought was maybe that it could fit in that safety one. But the idea is both, is either a second bullet that captures that or modifying one of these bullets to capture it.
Yeah, and as I said, I think the first or second bullet could be wordsmith maybe to get more specifically to the point. And I don't really care how we get specifically to the point. That one's, the fourth bullet seemed to be the easiest option, but I'm certainly not committed to it. The fourth bullet from the bottom, I think we just need to add the word economic, enhance economic and workforce development, comma, access to education and job creation.
Okay.
Don't mute me, no. Don't mute me. Am I still on?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you're
yeah.
still on.
Yeah.
Okay, the machine came on and told me that I was muted. Those were going to be my two comments on this slide. The comment that Charles made about the first bullet and the comp plans, I don't believe that making a reference to comp plans here under high-level needs is the appropriate place for it. I do believe that as we look at guiding principles and so forth, we certainly should make a reference to those. But the comp plans are, to me, very much a chicken and egg situation. If you had asked the people in any one of these counties, would the comp plan you developed look like this, the current one, if you had known there was the opportunity for a corridor like this for utility, transportation, broadband, would your comp plan look different if you knew that you had the possibility of that? My guess is that in most of the counties, they would say, oh, sure, the comp plan would look different if we had known that that was an opportunity. So to restrict the current high-level needs discussion to what existing comp plan looks like seems to me to be a very chicken one or other approach, whereas I think what we need to do is acknowledge that our work needs to bounce back and forth with comp plan planning, just as individual counties' comp plan planning needs to bounce back and forth with the work that we're doing. So all that is to say, I don't think it belongs here.
Yeah, and I'll just say as we move forward, and Ken, I'll come back to you in a second, make sure that if there's anything else you want to say, but in regards to that, as we move forward into the next discussion after we talk about the high level needs and talk about the draft guiding principles and see some of the language that we've got in there, I think that maybe some of the details that maybe some task force members are talking about in regards to some of that stuff, I think that's going to come to light. I think you'll see how that they are included in there, or how they can easily be included in there. So anyway, so Ken, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
I think maybe one other thing is worth commenting on here. It probably belongs here better than when we get to more specific things later on, although I may run through and there's, again, like option or opportunity and so forth. Some of our discussions over the course of the last few meetings feel to me like we have been missing the forest for the trees. And so I did a little bit of self-research. When I was born, Florida had 2.5 million people. We were the 22nd largest state in the country. We were smaller in population than states like Alabama and Indiana and Kentucky, Minnesota, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia, Wisconsin. We were right in there with the powerhouse states like Louisiana and Iowa. And I think, and obviously everybody knows we're now the third largest state. Have the people sitting down designing the interstate highway system in the, well, probably knowing how long it took, they started designing them in the late 40s, but in the 50s, if they had known that Florida was going to have 22 million people now, and I mean, we grew a lot in a hurry. My guess is we'd have 3 north-south states right now. Probably one of them would look very much like some of the corridor research that's going on right now and some of the corridor planning. And it does not feel to me like it is an appropriate response to our population. Oh, I looked at tourism too. In 1950, we had 4.7 million tourists. Now we have 120 or 125 million a year. It does not feel to me like simply, even if we could, and I don't know whether we can with overpasses and all that stuff, pile more people onto I-75 makes sense. I mean, right now, when there's an automobile accident, whatever it is, and we back up thousands and thousands and thousands of cars on I-10 for hours on end. Imagine if all of this additional population and tourism and so forth, if we just crammed it on to I-75, even if we had another lane, all we're doing when we have to shut down I-75 for whatever reason is back up tens and tens of thousands of cars instead of thousands and thousands of cars. So I'm back to the option situation. I know what people who are serving with me on the task force to say, oh, well, that's the trucker guy, the trucker guy, the trucker guy. I've worked in trucking for 6 years. Before that, I was the community guy, the community guy. For 20 years, I worked with the United Way. And so I get community stuff and I get ecosystem stuff. It just seems to me that we frequently get into either I'll just say the non-big issue things. And to me, a big issue thing is having a relief valve for I-75 or I-95 and giving people the option of being able to come visit us or come live or move back and forth or whatever it is, and to enjoy the broadband and utility or transit or whatever other things end up doing on this corridor, which doesn't necessarily all get captured in 10 bullets and is not ever going to get captured in 10 bullets. I just want us to not lose track of the fact that we're a very different state than we used to be. And I think we have a smart group of people on the task force and a really smart group of people at FDOT. And I think we can ameliorate, mitigate, minimize, evaluate whatever the AMME things are while still being able to meet the needs of our state. So sorry.
No, that's okay. It's yeah. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying there. And again, we did make an adjustment on that first high level needs to add the statewide and regional population in there to maybe to try to address some of that concerns, because I know that had been raised before. So I do want to go to Commissioner Todd Gray from Gilchrist County. Did have his hand raised. Commissioner Gray, are you there?
I'm here. My point's hopefully a little shorter. I know we got time as always. We're up against the clock. co-location has been a term that we discussed, it seemed, a number of times in our meetings, and I don't know that it needs to be on the high-level needs, but I thought there at your last point that was added was preserve and improve the character and quality of communities. And somewhere in there, we could either make it part of that point or a separate point, but co-location where feasible. We know the 19 corridor, and I'm being more specific now, and that may come later, but that Highway 19 corridor for communities like Gilchrist, where we have no major roadway currently coming through our county, it just seems, again, I'm representing the folks here, so I have to speak on behalf of them, and I think if we could utilize the existing corridors as much as possible, that needs to be, to me, it would be a high-level need, but again, if there's a better place for that, I'll leave that up to y'all to help us guide that.
Sure, and there will be, you will see that when we get to the discussion today, I believe it's in the second bullet when we talk about improving connectivity, that there is some discussion in regards to in the guiding principle in regards to co-location. So we again, maybe that's where we can try to make for sure we can come back if we need to.
Yeah, and Commissioner Gray, I was just going to follow up on what Mr. Vaughn said. The other Gray, exactly right to your point, where that last bullet, suggests to preserve and improve the character and quality of communities. That's a need statement, and therefore it's a why. What I heard you saying is that in addressing that why, the how should consider and take prioritization towards co-location. And therefore, like Greg Vaughn was suggesting, there's where your guiding principle is saying, okay, our why is preserve, our how is through opportunities like location.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want to miss an opportunity. I wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
No, yes, sir. Very much appreciated.
Commissioner Kristen Dozier, representing the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. You had a comment?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be back with you today. So I had one comment and then a question for you. And the comment, I think throughout our discussion today, I'm sure I'm not the only one thinking about the impact of a post-COVID world. I'm tracking a lot of different stories, reports in the news, cities that are recruiting virtual workers, assuming some businesses are going to move in that direction. Might be good for us up north. We might be able to recruit a few people who are working remotely in other cities, but it might really change our transportation needs in the future. And just listening to Ken a few minutes ago, I think you're right. If we had foresight, way back when, we might have planned our roads different, but we need to take that as a lesson right now that planning like we've always done doesn't meet the needs of the future potentially. So I just think we need to be cautious on that. The question though, when I look at this list, it really seems like there's kind of three, and this is going to be pretty rough, but three categories of these high level needs. One is, and I think Mr. Chair, either you or Will, I'm not sure, someone said this early on, this is not typical list for a planning process for construction or for transportation. So top line, safety, improving connectivity, things like that, that is an absolute issue that we always deal with in transportation planning. Secondly, there are the indirect results. It can support population, it can support economic development, but there's really a third category, it seems, that is more aspirational, and that's workforce needs, that's broadband, things that are going to need other funding that will not be directly addressed by the construction of a new road or improvements to the existing road. For those of us, the county level, there's often a lot of aspirations out there, but we don't always have the funding or the planning to follow through with that. So with that, I'm just wondering if it would be easier to wrap our minds around this if we looked at those elements that are typical to transportation and we know the PD&E and other future plans will impact, and then those that are more aspirational. Last comment on this is really in my notes, and I'm remembering, Will, your comments, others, you need help. I think you said that at our last in-person meeting with broadband. We don't have the funding within this program to accommodate all those goals. And so that's what I'm wondering, if it could help us separate those two. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great point in regards to the fact that, and you're right, this is a situation where this project does go beyond your standard transportation project. Obviously, the statutory requirements and the items that it asked us to, as a task force, to look at are beyond the roadway. So I see that Weiwei has would like to say something. So Weiwei, you want to add something to address that?
Yeah, I just wanted to address Commissioner Dozier's comments briefly. I think in the past few months, we have seen significant shift toward working from home and other remote activities, and some decrease in vehicle miles of travel. But what's not clear is how travel behavior and preferences may change long term. So the M-Course program is a long-term program, but what we need to do is to monitor the trends, and our thinking is to look at these trends and potential scenarios as we continue to plan for the future of this program. So, you know, that was a great thought. Any specific points that we need to capture either in the guiding principles or in the instructions for DOT that we just need to make sure that we address these concerns. And then Commissioner Dozier's categorization of 3 types of high-level needs, I think that might be a good way to organize the high-level needs, because as we all know, the legislation addresses these high-level needs that are not just limited to the traditional needs for a transportation infrastructure improvement. So that could be a good way to organize everything.
I wanted to also just add to Commissioner Dozier and Weiwei's point about that. You know, Commissioner Dozier, when you opened your discussion about the 3 categories there, it was prefaced previously, suggesting that we might look at how we do planning moving forward differently than we had historically. And I think, that's one of the tenets that's captured in this program. And that's why you're seeing additional need statements that are beyond just what would be in your traditional transportation program. So I think, it's a keen observation, but I think that's why some of these need statements are helpful for that regard. And I know, like you had mentioned, it brings up additional questions about funding and the hows moving forward. But I think, the taking the attempt to do it is partly addressing, the point that you were making about enhancing how we plan moving forward.
All right, we've got a little over 10 minutes before we on the agenda are going to be transitioning to our draft guiding principles. So I also want to, before we do have several people who've got their hand raised, so I want to go to you. If you could, as we come to you, if you could succinctly make your point so we can hear from everybody who's got their hand raised. I also wanted to let everybody know and just remind you, we do have note takers who are taking notes to what everyone is saying today. So staff will take all this feedback that we're getting and the revisions and adjustments that we need to make to both the high-level needs and the guiding principles will be implemented after the meeting today to try to address the comments and concerns. Pagine Hanrahan, representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, you had a comment.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I'm struggling with, I guess, understanding exactly where in this process, if at all, we will actually see projections of demand for new roadway capacity and or needs to address safety or freight or any of the other things that we're, I think, rightly considering. And then what the assumptions are with respect to things like autonomous or connected vehicles and how that may change traditional projections of need for capacity. So can you just remind us all again, and I apologize if this has been presented to us, when will the actual demand projections or capacity needs be analyzed and presented? Is that before this task force, or is that in some other process?
Well, we're still really early in this, and typically that's something that would be addressed during the corridor planning or PD&E. But Will Watts, I'll defer to you to respond to that about the specifics.
Yeah, Peg, we did run the modeling for the 2050 statewide model, and it does show quite a bit of capacity concerns on our existing interstate system. But once we have our path courses and further define our corridors, then we can start refining that model to help with those demand discussions. So it's a little further down the road when we get into PD&E and further define the corridors, but we'll take all the guiding principles, the instructions to help with that development. Now, autonomous vehicles, there's a lot of discussion right now and there's a lot of growth, but we don't know exactly how that's going to affect us. It's similar to Wayway's discussion when it came to teleworking. You know, we're waiting to see what that does to our transportation network, and that'll only happen when we have some data points to react to.
So just one quick follow up on that, and thank you for your response. The projections that you have are for the existing corridors, I presume, of I-95 and I-75, and then I guess further south of the Turnpike. I assume.
We
I guess
modeled the whole state highway system, including the interstate, out to 2050.
Oh, okay. So I guess the question is, nowadays, with all of the excess of data that folks have, are you able to look not only at, you know, this segment of I-95 is backed up, or this segment of I-75 is experiencing these peak times? Are you able to look at what people's ultimate destinations are? Because, you know, just speaking as someone who lives essentially between I-95 and I-75, although closer to 75, I mean, if I'm trying to go to Savannah, I you know, try to get over onto I-95 as quick as I can, I guess. And so, you know, I guess that's the question I have, is just because I-75 might be backed up in a current segment, that doesn't mean if somebody is headed someplace along the East Coast that they're going to want to shift even as far over as this road is, just psychologically, if not, you know. And obviously nowadays we all use a little optimization program sitting in our telephone to figure out which road is fastest at what time. So I guess I'm just trying to understand. It feels to me as though in a normal planning process, and I was fortunate to serve on an MPO for 12 years, you would have this sort of demand projection and capacity analysis earlier in a process to do a great deal of planning. And so I'm really just sort of wanting to understand the extent to which we'll have that available. And then the other question I guess I have is, you know, going to the issue over local comprehensive plans. I agree with the comment that it's something of an iterative process, because certainly city and county governments might have projected their comprehensive plans differently if they knew there was a major corridor coming through. But that again goes to whether or not people can get off the corridor, and then how they would change their development pattern in order to, I guess, either accommodate or mitigate the effect of the corridor. So again, this is all, it just feels as though there is a lot of information that we don't have yet because we can't have it yet, but it, you know, the whole project is fast tracked sort of with or without some of that information.
Yeah, before Wayway speaks, it is, you know, we are early in the process, so that way we can certainly set the tone for the next steps, but all the guiding principles and the instructions can help us with the planning efforts. So we'll get in a little more detail, as well as the PD&E. So we are at the preliminary stages. And then those future predictions of shedding off the interstates is something we'll have to figure out with the modeling. Wei.
Well, I used to be the modeling administrator at the central office, once a modeler, always a modeler. I just wanted to clarify that, traditionally we model traffic based on forecasts, population and employment forecasts that's compatible with what the locals and the regional entities use. But as what we've seen with the COVID-19 situation, we're monitoring all the trends and behavior changes, and we have a lot more data tools that's available to us, so we can adjust our modeling assumptions, and we can do origin destination studies to have more in-depth look at what is the true traffic needs. But right now we're just not there. As Will said earlier, we're in a step that's before the traditional planning process. As we get into the planning process and PD&E, we'll refine our assumptions and have more detailed numbers available.
Hey, Greg, I want to interrupt you. I need the mic at 10:45. So if you could take another question or two, those raised hands, and then turn it over to me at 10:45.
All right, we'll do. Janet Bowman, representing Nature Conservancy, you had your hand raised for a few minutes. Could you got a question or comment?
Yeah, yes, I do. This is an issue that is really, I mean, several speakers have been speaking to it. Mr. Armstrong, certainly Commissioner Dozier, and Ms. Hanrahan, about how kind of traditional need is handled, and that some of the traditional need factors are sort of mixed in with more aspirational goals. And I'll just say that the way I read the statute, that the task force is charged with evaluating need. And that includes, these aspirational needs, but it also includes, evaluating more traditional needs. And, certainly we're at an early stage in the process where we don't have access to, to modeling, et cetera. But, I think it's incumbent upon us to, if the best we can do is to qualitatively discuss, what some of the considerations are. For example, that COVID may change work patterns, so there's less work travel. That there's a question. This may provide relief to I-75, but that's dependent on the behavior of motorists to switch. I mean, I think that's part of our charge. And so personally, that's got to be in the, it's some discussion of at that level, high level, needs to be in the report, or I'm personally not going to be comfortable with it. In terms of the list of needs, sort of the goals, I mean, I'm certainly, think those are appropriate and are indeed, identified in the statute. But I do think the statute directs us as a task force to provide input on, the more traditional need too, and that's part of our responsibility.
Wait, I see you turn on your camera.
Hey, Janet, thank you for the comment. I completely agree with you. The statute does direct the task force to evaluate the needs because we're just at this high level just right now. So we will discuss recommendations with the task force, and the recommendations you provide as to how to evaluate these needs and how to conduct future analyses and other planning and development activities will be documented in the report. These considerations can be documented and carried forward. We can include them as sort of an instruction or technical guidance on the needs, or as part of the action plan, or as part of the guiding principle. So we're looking for these thoughts from task force members, and then we can find a good place to document these thoughts and make sure that these considerations are carried forward.
Thank you, Wei. We have a special caller online, a very busy man, Secretary Kevin Tebow, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right. Well, thank you. Thanks for letting me get on, Greg, and good morning, everyone. It's good to be with you, many of you again. I hope that each of you and your loved ones are safe and well. You know, many of us met almost a year ago, last August in Tampa. And at that point, we were there to talk about the charge that was given to us by the legislature and the governor, the plan for Florida's future. And your commitment to this challenge has not wavered, even in these challenging times. I want to thank you personally for your consistent engagement, hard work, flexibility, which will ensure we can complete this critical work by this November. I also want to thank the members of the public who have been very much engaged throughout this process, joining us for task force meetings, both virtually and in person, as well as community open houses, and obviously through our FDOT Listens email address. Public participation plays a continued crucial role in the work that we do and is a vital component of this MCORS program. The team at the department will continue to provide each of you the public written input that we've received, and will also provide updates during task force meetings to ensure that these voices are heard. The work update that your team has been working on, whether it be Greg Evans, Wei Wei Shen, or Will Watts, they've kind of given me updates along the way on your progress. And again, I appreciate your dedication. In addition to the staff support, I appreciate the participation of the subject matter experts who have provided insight based upon their expertise and addressed the key legislative emphasis areas that were identified in the MCORS program from the very beginning. Dialogue between the experts and each of you regarding environmental and natural resources, land use, multi-use, co-location, broadband use, economic development, and hurricane evacuation has proven to be invaluable in the ongoing work to develop high-level needs and guiding principles for this program. In addition, the hundreds, if not thousands, of data points with a robust GIS tool have illustrated the influence and impact of policy guidance on avoidance, enhancement, and attraction areas. In today's meeting, you're focusing on collectively reviewing, refining, and initially developing and accepting high-level needs of the proposed corridors. And I just heard some of that conversation, Janet, that you just mentioned. So this is live, by the way. This is not Memorex, for those of you who know that commercial. In addition, you will be reviewing, refining, and working toward the goal of accepting the comprehensive list of guiding principles for this proposed corridor. These consensus-driven guiding principles will use to steer the draft path courses, which are planned to be presented for your review at the next meeting in August. These path and courses remain broad and completely undefined, so your input and feedback continue to be critical. At every juncture, staff and subject matter experts will continue to work closely with you and provide support in every way possible so that you are able to reach consensus on your recommendations in an informed and productive manner. I assure you that the high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions you are developing will absolutely guide the department in the development of the MCORS program. These past few months, as we have adjusted to the impacts of COVID-19, they reminded us of the critical role that partnerships and relationships play in so many aspects of our daily lives. It is clear that we can really accomplish more only when we work together. Through the MCORS program, the legislature and governor have reinforced proactive partnerships and brought together conservation advocates, regional and local governmental entities, utility providers, transportation allies, all working together with one goal in mind: to help ensure that the total infrastructure that we provides us the connectivity and flexibility necessary to meet the changing needs here in Florida. The work and outcomes of this task force are critical to the well-being and prosperity of our state as a whole, as well as to our rural communities. We stand ready to carry on your recommendations forward as we fulfill the other statutory requirements of the MCOR's program legislation. In particular, we are considering the processes needed to monitor and report on implementation of the commitments identified through this task force, including the roles that the organizations represented on this task force can play as the planning process continues. Again, on behalf of the people of Florida and Governor DeSantis, I thank you for your service, and I look forward to receiving your recommendations in November. Thanks, Greg, for giving the opportunity to address the group.
No, no, sir. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to show appreciation and thanks to this hardworking task force, a great group of people, really moving forward, and we look forward to. I look forward to handing you that report in November, sir. So I understand that you got another virtual conference to get to. So I appreciate you and thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for everything that you do for transportation in Florida.
All right. Thanks again, Greg. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, sir. See you. All right, Mr. Vaughn, we want to go back to continue conversation on our high-level needs. I think you had a few more hands raised.
Yeah, there were a couple of other folks that I want to get to before we wrap this up. And again, from an agenda standpoint, as it always is, we were running early and before. Now we're running a little behind, but that's fine. It'll all work out in the end. Just want to go back. Chris Emanuel, you had your hand raised when we were talking about the high level needs. Did you still have any comments?
Yes, sir. I'll be very quick. I've really enjoyed listening to the conversation. I really appreciate Commissioner Dozier's point on the increasing opportunities for telework and what that may do. I think one thing I'd say, and Wei touched on this, is that maybe an accelerating of an existing trend. Really looking forward to seeing the data that she puts together with her team, and really thankful that we're taking those things into consideration. I expect when this road is completed, if we go through with the build option, we're looking at about 2030 from what my understanding is, which will definitely be a post-COVID world, but it'll also be a very different technology environment. So really thankful that we're taking that into consideration. And that's all.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah, well made. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, it could be a situation where that, people are not driving as much, but it could be a situation where shipping all of a sudden now to be able to, people are buying everything online, they're not going out. So now all of a sudden from a trucking standpoint, being able to get the goods to the facilities and to the homes and stuff becomes key. So definitely a changing environment. Charles Lee, representing Florida Audubon. I think you had your hand raised also in regards to the high-level needs discussion.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to go back to the suggestion that one of the Gregs made, responding to my suggestion about local government comprehensive plans being specifically included. I just wanted to say I like the wording that you suggested for that first bullet, and would recommend that you go with that. I do have one other comment with regard to Suncoast that I think is important. It's really, when you get to the question of need, I'm ready to say hands down, without much further discussion, that there is no need for a parallel turnpike to US 19 through the Big Bend in Florida to serve any anticipated level of traffic. But what there is a need for is to deal with the reality that the existing Suncoast 2 project, even if MCORs were to go away in a puff of smoke, Suncoast is going to be hooked into US 19 probably at red level north of Crystal River. And you will then have a 4-lane divided highway all the way from downtown Tampa, feeding into US 19. From an environmental standpoint, a land use standpoint, the last thing in the world you would want to have happen is for US 19 north of that point of connection to turn into something that would replicate what US 19 looks like today in the Port Richey area of Pasco County. Yet that is its certain destiny unless something is done with regard to the existing US 19 corridor. If it simply accepts a greater and greater load of traffic over the years, fed to it by Suncoast, then ultimately with no control of access to that highway, you will have one strip center after another, one tire shop and one fast food joint after another, until all of that natural area between the towns and the Big Bend, between Cross City and Chiefland and Perry, it all turns into a strip. And that would be the worst environmental outcome. So because Suncoast is inevitably going to be hooked into US 19, MCORs or no MCORs, I think that environmentally we must look at a means to prevent that very dystopian future from affecting US 19. That does not mean a new turnpike parallel to US 19. There's no need for that. But clearly there is a need, and an MCORS-based project could facilitate a more rational solution to how you handle what happens on US 19. And so I think the sooner that we could perhaps turn to the details of how you deal with a co-located corridor on US 19 to deal with those inevitable questions, the better off we're going to be. Thank you.
All right. I think we're good. I don't see any more hands raised. And so what we're going to do is we're going to transition to the guiding principles and that discussion in regards to that. So Greg Garrett, do you want to take this back over?
Yep. All right. So we're going to, as Greg Vaughn said, we're going to return to the guiding principles now. As a refresher from our last meeting, the guiding principles are the core values that guide the decisions about the corridor. You know, as we discussed earlier, these are the how. So I think, you know, a lot of the material discussion we had previously, and like Charles just suggested, you know, probably gets to this meat of what we've got here in our guiding principles. Generally, the guiding principle themselves are short statements supported by technical notes where needed. The guiding principles help identify avoidance and attraction areas and evaluate and narrow potential corridor path courses. They will also guide decisions about corridor location, design, mitigation, and other commitments long after your report is submitted. The third step in the process is the instructions for project development and beyond. It's not enough to recommend why and how. We also need to specify what's next. The instructions are how we make the connections from the principles back to what FDOT and or the specific partners do next. This can mean addressing corridor location, such as the input you've already provided to use on areas a corridor should avoid or areas that should attract a corridor. It could also mean identifying existing facilities that could be enhanced or might be opportunities for co-location. It could also mean identifying connectivity gaps and that may need to be addressed through a new corridor in some parts of the study area. The instructions also could go beyond those specific location decisions to note implementation strategies that should be carried forward, refined, and implemented during planning, project development, design, and other activities. For example, you might give general instructions about consistency with local land use plans today, recognizing that the details will be worked out over time as we move from a path course to more specific alignments. Or you might, as the Kiowa Task Force did, make general statements about creating wildlife crossings or bridging wetlands, recognizing that the locations for where that happens will get detailed over time. Ultimately, the instructions communicate the intent of the task force in applying the guiding principles. This is where we can also document some of the issues that may not be fully resolved when the report is adopted, or that you want to flag as needing more attention moving forward. So again, like we did with the high-level needs, the goal today is to keep our focus as much as possible more towards the guiding principle statements, with the understanding that the additional discussion and detail will be provided in the upcoming meetings for capturing all the task force input on the instructions. We've already received some excellent and detailed submittals from task force members on their draft guiding principles and specifically the instructions they shared. So again, we'll ask you to keep your primary focus on the guiding principle statements. If you consider them through a lens that asks, do they sufficiently encompass all the task force ideas and the discussions we've had so far? And then again, number two, are they set up to allow for that more robust discussion of the specific and additional considerations that some members may wish to include for discussion at the upcoming meetings in terms of implementation strategies and instructions. So the 23 guiding principles that we will review and refine, perhaps all of them today, are grouped into 16 topics. Some topics have more than one principle. And again, please refer to your guiding principles worksheets that were provided to you to assist you with this discussion. In the next 30 minutes or so this morning and later after lunch, we'll review and refine these guiding principles following the framework for your recommendations that was discussed in the previous meetings. I will present how the draft guiding principle relates to the MCOR's purpose and high-level needs, and show example draft instructions for project development and beyond that will guide FDOT during implementation. Then, Greg, will invite you to discuss. So we're going to switch.
So we're a little off schedule, and to meet the expectations of the task force members with the agenda that we gave, I'm sure this is going to generate a lot of discussion. And I hate to stop in the middle, but let's try to end at 11:30, and then we'll come back at 1 and continue these discussions. So don't let that interruption delay any creativity we may have associated with these guiding principles. You don't mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great point. All right. So. All right. So the first guiding principle that we're going to have for discussion today is discussing consistency with statewide planning. It is covering all purposes and all needs, and the draft guiding principle, as has been revised since the last time we saw it, states ensure planning and development of the corridor is consistent with local, regional, and state plans and visions to the maximum extent possible. So again, this is our how. And some of our what's next are in the instructions there. I'm not going to read through the entire instruction statements in every one of these, again, because our focus is on the broader guiding principle statement. But let's go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Yeah, so following up on what Greg Garrett was saying, the focus that we want to, as you can see on your screen, we really want to focus on that green column. So the draft guiding principle, and maybe not to get this from a standpoint of do if there's, let me put it this way. We want to really prioritize our time today because we obviously don't have the rest all day to be able to do things. So we want to prioritize our time. If there are editorial comments that you have in regards to the guiding principles, you can send those to Ryan Asmus. So ryan.asmus@dot.state.fl.us. You probably know his email really well now. I know I do. So you can send those comments directly to Ryan. Today, what we want to try to do is from a substantive standpoint. The idea is basically, do you feel generally comfortable as a task force member? Do you feel generally comfortable with the language and what's stated in the draft guiding principle? Again, if there's an editorial comment, hey, this and that, but if you feel like that's kind of missing the mark and it's not where it needs to be, that's the discussion that we'd like to kind of engage in today. And again, the instructions, that's just a draft example of a instruction that could be there. The instructions we can cover at a future meeting and get, again, as it's kind of, we sharpen the pencil, if you will. But the draft guiding principle is really what we're focusing on today. So with that being said, you see the language that's up there: ensure planning and development of the corridor is consistent with local, regional, and state plans and visions to the maximum extent feasible. Again, a possible draft instruction could highlight, as it does there, the comprehensive plans, local comprehensive plans, and things like that. So with that being said, we're going to go to raised hands if you want to address or have a comment in regards to this. Kent Wimmer, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't understand, because I didn't get a call before the meeting, that you wanted our comments in advance, so I will send Ryan comments, but I would completely rewrite the first one, and I would take much of the language on this guiding principle from the guiding principles that were set up to guide the Wekiva and how they deal with local governments. So I can read what I have, or I can give it to you at some other point. One point I would like to make, though, is throughout many of the guiding principles, you had ambiguous and conditional statements that should be eliminated. You had conditional statements that apply to guiding principle for consistency with plans, maximizing existing facilities, historical cultural resources, conservation lands, wildlife habitat, economic development, water resources, ecosystem connectivities, but you didn't have them for the other categories. So any of the categories that actually had to do something with conserving Florida's quality of life and natural resources, you had conditional statements, but the other ones you didn't. So I think that's inappropriate, and I think the conditional statements should be removed. And I am happy to share what my thoughts are for the comprehensive plans conditional statement or guiding principles. Local comprehensive plan should be respected. New routes should be consistent with existing local comprehensive plans, and just not assume that local comprehensive plans will be amended to accommodate the roads. When local comprehensive plans are amended to address the establishment of new interchanges, interchange land use plans should address appropriate land use and compatible development, secondary road access, access management, right-of-way protection, vegetation management, water conservation landscaping, height and appearance of structures and signage, optimize open space, promote a pattern of development that protects recharge areas, karst features, and sensitive natural habitats. Interchange plans should be adopted within 1 year after those locations have been finalized and approved. So that whole list of things came from the Wekiva plan, came directly from the Wekiva plan. So I would recommend that that if our process is set up to model the Wekiva, as we've been told many times before, we should model the Wekiva and use the same type of requirements that they've required for local governments and consistency with local plans along the Wekiva. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, I just want to clarify for the beginning of that, and I'm sorry if we confused you a little bit on it. It was not a request that was sent out to submit ahead of time. What Greg was saying was that if you had detailed or editorial type things or those sorts of thoughts, that you could submit them after. But no, thank you for sharing that. And the idea today is to share these thoughts with the task force so that the task force may respond to these edits, not simply the staff that's helping to coordinate the material.
Okay. Again, trying to pull us back. Good comments, Ken. In regards to just the language in general and your concerns there. But in regards to specifically this guiding principle that's here in front of us, James Stansberry, representing the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. You had a comment?
I didn't have a comment. I guess I had a question, and it's similar to the previous comment, that why did we need the language to the maximum extent possible? And that's just a question to get a better understanding. Thank you.
I think it's a suggestion. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's something that we can look at. I know that there was some, from a consistency standpoint, we tried to be consistent with some of the words, the verbiage, including like feasible, to the maximum extent possible, feasible, practical, and we tried to apply those to similar situations, but that's certainly something that we can look at as far as making an adjustment on that guiding principle. Okay, Charles Lee, did you have a question or comment in regards to this guiding principle?
Yes, again, all of these things that are being referred to are very unidentified and diffuse. I know what an adopted local government comprehensive plan under Chapter 163 is, because it's a creature of law that has a basis, and there's a process. And of course, Mr. Stansberry, who just spoke, would be able to give you details about that process. But it's a matter that has a specific definition. But when you move on in the statement to state plans and visions, what are those? What process have they gone through? What particular Florida statute authorizes them? That part of this guiding principle is extremely vague, and I'd like to extract the vagueness and put in specificity. An adopted local government comprehensive plan is one thing that is definitive. A regional policy plan adopted by the Regional Planning Council is another thing that is definitive. I believe those should be specifically referenced. When you get to the terms state plans and visions, does the state plan you are referring to mean the state comprehensive plan, which is a series of paragraphs and objectives that has been adopted into the Florida statutes? Is that what you are talking about, or are you talking about something else? And then finally, with regard to the term vision, what are you talking about? Where can I go and find a piece of paper that shows me what that vision is? Is it something that is aspirational, a passing thought, or has it been somehow officially adopted as something that has force and effect? So until we can answer these things, this is a very amorphous guiding principle, and I think that we really can't leave it open to anybody's interpretation to say, well, oh yeah, we found this vision over here, and so we're going to go with the vision, even though it would be inconsistent with the local government comprehensive plan, hence the need for the language, the maximum extent possible. I agree with Mr. Stansberry, that is probably language that ought to come out. So bottom line is, I think we need to refer specifically to what plans we are talking about. And the ones to me that are most definitive are the local government comprehensive plans and the regional policy plans. If there is a state DOT transportation plan that we are also affecting and it's been formally adopted in some way, let's reference that. But let's not reference something that's amorphous.
So let me answer, just to clarify, and let me ask, so your thought would be tighten up the guiding principle itself and be more specific with the guiding principle, and you would rather put the specifics there as opposed to in the instructions? Is that what you're thinking, Charles?
Yes, I mean, one of the difficulties of having this conversation is that every time you make a specific request, there seems to be a tendency to sort of say, oh, well, let's not do that here. Let's do it at the next step down the line. And I don't think we can keep marching in that direction. I think we need to be making some decisions that are definitive in each of these categories, rather than sort of putting all the stuff off to the next step. So yes, I would like to have greater specificity here, and I would also like to point out that I have sent you a document in June in response to the homework assignment that had specific strike-through and underline changes to each of the draft guiding principles that existed at that time. And I would ask you to go back to that document and take a look at it. I can't distribute my document to the other members of the task force because that would be a sunshine law violation. However, if the staff of DOT, from a programmatic standpoint, decided to distribute that document or excerpts from it, you could distribute that to the task force. But I've gone through all of these guiding principles and made very specific recommendations. You have them. And so I'd like to refer you to those and recommend that you consider utilizing, or at least consider putting them up so that they can be discussed, debated, modified by the task force.
I think Wei had a comment.
Yeah, Wei, did you want us to address anything that Charles had commented on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly, Charles, so you're wanting us to reference the specific plans in the guiding principle language. We can come back with the language on the specific plans that's outlined in the statute, and then we can revise this language for the guiding principle, be more specific.
Okay.
We also, just from a housekeeping perspective, we heard 2 task force members suggest that part of the tightening was to essentially delete the to the maximum extent possible from the end of that. Is that an edit we wanted to incorporate?
I think if you provide the specifics, if we revise and provide the specifics in the guiding principle, that we can possibly do that. But let's go back and adjust the guiding principle with the specifics, and then maybe we can adjust and see if we can take that off, because it might not apply then if you're saying specifically what you're going to be consistent with. So, Commissioner Kristen Dozier, you had your hand raised.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of very quick comments. I know we need to keep moving forward. So I'm going to pick up on the last one there, to the maximum extent possible. I just want to acknowledge from a county perspective that we would love for the state, for utility companies to follow every one of our plans, but this is part of the tension between state and locals. I may not love it, but the state gets to do to the maximum extent possible for, I think the idea would be the greater good at times. So that was just one thought on that particular conversation, but I really wanted to go back to the comp plans issue. And something I've said in the past, not all comp plans and not all counties or cities have funding to update their comp plans as often as needed. And I know, Mr. Chair, you wanted us to focus on the principles and not the instructions, but I think these two do tie together. The last bullet, that consider providing assistance to update plans or policies needed to accommodate the corridor. If we are assuming the corridor is more than just a typical road planning project, and gets into broadband, economic development, school location, land use, everything else, I would argue cities and counties need assistance to update their comp plan as a whole to both support the road construction and support the other needs, even if they might be kind of a tier 3, as I mentioned in my last comment. So that would be a bigger ask of the states. And so I wanted to mention it now, but I'm not sure how we accomplish the other goals without providing assistance to bring our plans up to current understanding of population and other factors. Thank you.
Commissioner Dozier, this is Wei Wei. What we started doing at DOT in anticipation of some of the recommendations is that we feel that the regional planning councils are uniquely positioned to be able to assist the locals in amending their comprehensive plan. So we are in the process of partnering with our regional planning council partners and with DEO to provide the assistance to the locals, to the MPOs and to the counties if they do need to update their comp plans, because the RPCs, their scope of services is broader than just transportation, economic development. They have the expertise and they have the experience to provide that type of assistance. But we're expanding our partnership and in the process of contracting with them.
All right. Did Commissioner Dozier, do you have something else that you wanted to add to that as a follow-up?
Mr. Chair, forgive me, but some on the task force know I am in the leadership on the Florida Regional Planning Council Association, and Wei Wei, what you just said is, I know there's a lot of people in the task force right now that are very excited to hear you say that you want a greater partnership with RPCs and recognize the value of their work. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, we got just a few minutes before we are going to break for lunch. I do want to go to Janet Bowman and then to Thomas Hawkins. So Janet Bowman from Nature Conservancy.
This may be out of order, but since Charles brought it up, I want to glom on is that I know I submitted some written comments ahead of time and asked for them to be distributed to task force members. So I think, you know, as we're getting more into sort of editing language or reacting to drafting, it'd be really good if, you know, we were given the opportunity to send our comments to staff, and then for staff to maybe compile them and send them to task force members, you know, prior to the next meeting. I think that would really speed things up. It would let us, you know, be adequately prepared, and I think it would lead to a better outcome. So that's just a suggestion.
Okay.
Because we want to, you know, we're trying hard to, you know, comply with government in the sunshine, and to do that, you know, we obviously can't contact other members, but you can certainly send a compilation of comments. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Thomas Hawkins from Thousand Friends of Florida. You're going to have the last word in regards to this before we break for lunch here in just a second. Thomas, are you there?
I am. I was having trouble unmuting.
Okay, there you go.
Thanks. I had two comments that I wanted to make, and I'll be brief. I hate to be somebody standing in between other folks and lunch. One is I'd voice support for that, striking that language to the maximum extent possible or feasible. I think that the guiding principle would read clearly if it ended with the word visions. The second is we are obviously going to anticipate some changes to local government comprehensive plans happening as a result of this roadway or this MCORS. But and I'm looking forward past the guiding principle to the instructions here. But one of the draft instructions suggests facilitating the process of amending comp plans to be consistent with MCORS planning. And it makes me a little bit wary because it anticipates ahead of time changing the plans to match MCORs instead of designing or thinking about MCORs in order to respond to the local plans. And I think that the nuance there that maybe we can bring out as we look forward to those instructions is to recognize that it's probably self-evident that a local government comprehensive plan transportation element doesn't anticipate MCORs and maybe should, but that we do not want to make revisions to future land use maps to change land use patterns of local communities, to relocate development out of the existing communities and surrounding proposed exchange locations. And if we anticipate now that we don't want to change those future land use maps in that manner, I think that we'll more likely to avoid that outcome. So as we get down the road and look forward to instructions, I would like that nuance to be appreciated, that any changes to local government comprehensive plans are not going to be to have a future land use pattern. That's exactly what we want to avoid through so many of the policies we're looking at, like preserving the strengths of existing communities and preserving the strengths of existing economies in these rural and agricultural communities. Thanks.
Okay. All right, what I'd like to do is I'd like to, before I turn it over to the chairman to dismiss for lunch, I'd like to go back, if we could, to our 23 guiding principles. That slide. Well, they're already jumped to lunch on us. Look at that. That's good. There we are. So again, you saw this before, and this is kind of broken down by topic. And so what I'd ask you to do, and you can use the chat feature, so that way we save time. But if you could provide some information, or you can send an email to Ryan Asmus. I'm not even going to repeat the email. You know it by heart now, like I do. But if there is anything, obviously today, we might not be able to get to all of the guiding principles today. It would be great if we could, but obviously we're limited on our agenda as far as our time frame. So when we come back at 1 o'clock, we're going to jump right back in this. But if there are some guiding principles that you feel like, hey, I really want to prioritize these today, certain ones, if you would just let us know, and we can look at the order of things and maybe try to rearrange to accommodate that. Again, at the next meeting, we will still be talking about guiding principles, and so we will certainly hit any that we don't get to today. But if there's any you'd like to prioritize for this afternoon, please let us know so that we can go ahead and make those adjustments and be ready for 1 o'clock. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Evans as chair, and for dismissal to lunch.
All right, Greg, appreciate that. No real closing comments here. 23 guiding principles, and we almost made it through one. Almost. So, wow. So eat a good lunch, get some good protein, maybe a few carbs, and we will see you back at 1 o'clock p.m.
Also, let me add this real quick. If you are a task force member, if you would, please stay logged in if you can. It would make it a lot easier. Just stay logged in. We can set up the mutes and so forth to be able to mute you, but it would make it a lot easier. If you have to log out and log back in, please do so a few minutes before 1 o'clock, just to make sure there's no technical issues.
And we're not doing another roll call. If they have
correct.
Issues, email Ryan.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, task force members, hope you had a enjoyable lunch. It's 1 o'clock. We'll get back started. I'm going to turn the program back over to Greg Garrett again to continue our discussion on the guiding principles. Greg, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Let's get underway here. I'm going to go ahead and let the screen switch over to our guiding principles document. As a note, we did get a little bit behind through our early morning or through our morning session. So we are going to try and make up a little bit of ground in the afternoon to try and maybe get caught up a little bit and make some progress on the guiding principles. So just a couple of notes as we get started to help maybe make things more efficient or and work better for the task force to make comments on. When we go into the next set of principles, I'm actually going to go through a group of them, so the next 5, and read through those briefly, and then we'll go back, and if there's specific comments that, because there were some comments that were just sort of to guiding principles as a group, there were some comments that were, very specific to just the guiding principle language within just the first one that we reviewed. So we feel like this is going to be an effective manner to help with that. The other aspect that I wanted to just mention is, we've heard a lot of interesting feedback from specific members on earlier the needs, and then now with the guiding principles, providing language that could be more specific and more restrictive to exactly what should be in there. And then we've heard a few others speak to the counter of that. Our intention is, you've seen Greg and I pause a little bit when we listen to you all say that and not necessarily implement the change or do anything with the edits, because we really are encouraging the task force, because these are your guiding principles to come up with. So we don't want to necessarily just hear one comment and then move forward and immediately implementing that, because assuming that the remaining 41 members of the task force all agree with or are on board with that exact comment. So again, as we go into this afternoon session, we just very much like to encourage that when one of your counterparts makes a suggestion or a consideration for editing or changing a guiding principle, it is helpful just to hear from the other task force members if they have a counter thought to that or an additional thought to that. But if not, if it's just sort of additional silence to that, then it's hard to assume if that's just agreement or just not something to say. So Greg, did you have anything to add on that before?
Well, before you get started,
yes,
on those guiding principles, Charles Lee with Florida Audubon, you had your hand raised. Did you want to say anything before we get going?
Yeah, I mean, it was in past task forces that I have participated in, including at least 2 DOT task forces. When the situation that was just described arises, what the facilitator has typically done is to call for people to offer whether or not we have a consensus. I mean, you would say, okay, we've heard these comments, and do we have a consensus that in redrafting we should proceed along these lines, or if you have differing points of view that you would like added to what we are going to do before we come back with the next draft, speak up now. And that way, task force members will know a little bit better what's expected of them. But typically, at least as late as we are now in this process, in the past, the facilitators would have been calling for people to either speak up or not as to whether we have a consensus.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what Greg's asking for from a standpoint of just to kind of set the standard, because this is really the first time that we've gotten this detailed into the guiding principles. And so just from an awareness standpoint, we really do want to hear from others and in regards to things. This is not one person's or one group's guiding principles, but is something for the whole task force. So we really want to hear from everybody. Wei, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Charles, thank you for referencing the past task force experiences. I think since this is the first time that we've gathered all these guiding principles together for task force discussion, the facilitators are really trying to get all the viewpoints and encourage discussions from the task force members. So we hear from different viewpoints, additional ideas on each one of these guiding principles. We're not at a point that we're gonna build the consensus just right now on each one of these guiding principles. I know we're into meeting number 6, but we'll have future meetings, and it's gonna be an iterative process that, you know, Charles, your viewpoints and everybody else's, we're hoping to address all the concerns so the task force members are comfortable with the set of guiding principles that we have as a package.
Well, in terms of providing guidance, my point simply is that if you have one person who makes a recommendation, and then perhaps you have a second person that makes a counterpoint equally valid to that recommendation, it could be that the other 41 people are in agreement with one or the other of those points of view, and so just because you have one pro and one con doesn't mean that there is a lack of consensus. So if we're not going to be having the facilitators elicit a consensus the way we have at other processes at this task force meeting today, perhaps it would be useful for you to, in road mapping out this for the future, tell us which task force meeting we will be doing that at.
Well, Charles, these guiding principles are combinations of comments we've heard over the previous months and meetings. So, you know, it's not like they're brand new. So this has been said by a task force member before as a point of interest, and we're trying to get it down to something that's definitive. So whether that person has said it once, twice, and whether they repeat it again or not, it has been said.
Charles, the facilitators will gauge other task force members' reactions by asking them to raise their hand if they have specific issues to address related to the topics that are being discussed. Just to reemphasize, the task force would build consensus on the report as a package. So at this point, we would like to have robust discussions so we can consider all viewpoints. So if there's one viewpoint and there's another one counter to that, facilitators will ask other task force members to speak up. And then, you know, staff members were making notes and making sure that we hear from everybody, and then our revisions are going to be done based on your discussions. And we will use the worksheet for these guiding principles to document all your comments and also document what changes that we're making.
And hopefully you'll also use the written submissions that some of us have already sent in.
Yes, of course. And I've also asked the staff members to have conversations with task force members. You know, you may have some specific thoughts, or you may have editorial changes. We'll touch base with you in between meetings to make sure that your issues are on the table, and then we address them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Charles. So let's proceed on.
Yep, let's proceed on. So now that everybody understands, so please, task force members, as we go through these next guiding principles, we're working our way to throughout them, and so please share input and provide us your feedback as we as we go through. So Greg, do you want to pick up on guiding principle number 2?
Yes, and we're, like I said, we're going to run through the group of principles for now, do our best to get caught up. We heard limited feedback about some prioritization for principles to discuss post-lunch. So if we can move through the first grouping here, we're going to attempt to then work on the requests at that point. All right, so I'm going to cover the principles that are on pages 2 through 6 of your worksheet that's been provided to you. Alicia is going to sort of scroll through as I'm reading through these. And then what I would like is for the task force members, if you have comments about them as a group or a specific one, just when you begin your comment, let us know which direction you're going with that, and we'll adjust accordingly. Also with this first group, we're also trying to capture guiding principles that touch on multiple purposes and needs as they seem to serve the overall dialogue moving forward a little bit better. So here we go. The first one that we have here in front of us is discussing maximizing the use of existing facilities. It is a guiding principle in 3 parts. It states, covers all purposes and covers all high-level needs. It states to evaluate potential statewide and interregional corridor improvements in this priority order. 1, make safety and operational improvements to existing transportation corridors. 2, add capacity to existing transportation facilities, including co-location of facilities within existing disturbed right-of-way to accommodate additional modes, uses, and functions. 3, where necessary to address statewide and interregional mobility or connectivity needs, develop new transportation facilities. Okay, we're going to go to the next one, Alicia. Thanks. The next guiding principle is relative to technology. Again, covering all purposes, all needs. And it simply states, leverage and prepare for emerging technologies to meet all needs. The next guiding principle, again, touching all purposes, all high-level needs, and is speaking to resilience, which is climate, weather, health, and economic shifts. Ensure that any new transportation infrastructure considers extreme weather events in addition to climate, social, and economic changes and can adapt to and mitigate risks. 2 more to go. Transportation modes. This covers all purposes, all needs. The guiding principle states plan, design, construct, and operate a corridor that accommodates multiple modes of transportation. And then the last one for this first group after lunch is about community identity and character. And this is specifically to the quality of life and public safety purpose and protecting environmental and natural resources and the high level need of preserve and improve the character and quality of communities. The guiding principle reads, seek opportunities to maintain and enhance the character and quality of life in communities and ensure the corridor provides for their future vitality. So again, we're going to grab this first group. We'd like to open it for discussion. But again, please let us know if you want to speak to the group or to a specific guiding principle.
Janet Bowman with Nature Conservancy, you had your hand raised, so I'll come to you to get your comment or question.
Sure, particularly on the resilience guiding principle, if we could go back to that. I'm glad it's in there. I guess I'm a little bit concerned that it's too broad with social and economic changes. I mean, it's important to adapt to all of those, but I guess I would prefer that weather events, physical hazards are separated from social hazards. I think it's important to have both, but I wouldn't put them in the same guiding principle.
And just as a quick response to that, to help with the task force as you consider Janet's comments, there are several other guiding principles that touch on, speaking to, adapting to, or accommodating, social and economic considerations. So if you're favorable to Janet's comment, there are other opportunities to look at that language in other guiding principles.
You just pick up those social aspects and move them to another guiding principle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, I want people to understand, I think they're equally important. I just think it diminishes both of them if they're together in one broader category.
Well, so Alicia, why don't you show that on the screen, and while just highlight it, maybe put it in red, with the leaving it at climate and taking out the social economic. And then I guess while that's there for consideration, if the task force has other thoughts or responses to that.
Kent Wimmer with Defenders of Wildlife. Kent?
Good afternoon, folks. I have comments on multiples of these categories. How do you prefer that I offer my comments?
Well, Kent, real quick, if you have any specific comments to what Janet just shared, we would ask you to start there. And if not, then let's wrap up just the discussion from Janet's consideration. If there is no further discussion, then we'll obviously move directly on to your thoughts.
I would put the point on Janet's discussion by creating additional specificity and have a guiding principle. No new corridor shall be created through storm surge zones and tropical storm categories 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so as a guiding principle, or that might be something that seems more as a what's next and perhaps within an instruction. I mean, it's still.
I will leave that to your discretion, but I think it needs to be in this document that we shouldn't be creating new corridors in any category 1, 2, or 3 storm surge zones.
Okay, understood. Yeah, it's in my understanding of the situation, I think that would fit as instruction. I know Weiwei's up, so she may want to comment on that as well.
Yeah, just a point on logistics. Alicia, if you could do track change with the draft guiding principles on screen so we can see what's been changed. And Kent, that was a good conversation, that point that you brought up, and it's probably appropriate at the instructions level. So even when we're not showing it on the screen, we're taking notes so we can incorporate the changes into the next version for the task force review. Just wanted you to be aware.
Thank you. I have provided my text to both Ryan and to Greg over the lunch hour, so you folks have that. All right. Do you want me to offer other comments I have on these? I don't have any more on this one, but I have some on others.
Yeah, let's see if we can get through this one
and then we'll come right back to you.
Yeah, and then we come back to you.
Yes. So Alicia, I think as I understood it, you're looking at after the comma after climate, just social and economic, I think would be the strike through on your track change. I know we're gonna have to grammar edit it eventually, but we can do that offline.
Are there other task force members specific to this resiliency guiding principle that anybody want to add anything or make a comment as far as for something to consider, either as a guiding principle edit or maybe a specific draft instruction in regards to resiliency? If so, just raise your hand. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Kristen Dozier, with representing Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. You had your hand raised.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to clarify. Janet had mentioned separating the social and economic from what extreme weather, more environmental impacts. I agree with the change that is on the screen right now, but I just wanted to make sure there was going to be a second category for social, economic, other impacts.
Well, as that, there is the opportunity. What we could do is because there is a specific economic development guiding principle, and there's a specific social and community guiding principle. We could, like Garrett was saying a second ago, we could just remove it entirely from this guiding principle instead of setting up a new guiding principle in resiliency. We could just incorporate those changes and keeping those things in mind in those guiding principles separately, as opposed to creating a new resiliency guiding principle. But that's just an option. That's one thing. I don't know if there's a preference amongst the task force for that.
That, for my purposes, that would work. I was trying to follow the conversation, so I wanted some clarity on where we were going. either way is fine, but I'm good including it with the other guiding principles. Thank you.
Yeah, your interpretation was correct, Kristen, that the other guiding principles capture it, and we'll certainly make sure that if it's missing a resiliency factor, that we'll try and pick it up there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so Kent, we're going to go back to you if that's okay. Based on, and again, for the guiding principles that the kind of the group that we're looking at right now, what's another one that you want to go to, and maybe we can start addressing.
Thank you. Kent Wimmer, I'd like to address maximizing use of existing facilities. The third bullet point, where necessary, again, that is ambiguous phrasing. As I mentioned, I think we should eliminate conditional phrases. If the objective of this is to use existing corridors, then why are we saying we're going to build new corridors? So anyway, I'll point that out. Then my note, and it's probably for the instructions because it's more in the PD&E effort, but I'll offer alternative routes and improvements to corridors beyond the current task force boundary should be considered as a part of the evaluation need, routing, and alignment decision making. US 41, 44, State Road 484, State Road 40 should be evaluated as co-location alternatives for the Suncoast and the Northern Turnpike corridors. And then I'll also add County Road 336 dividing Goethe State Forest should not be included as a co-location alternative. Thank you.
Thanks, Kent. Wei. Oh, you're on mute, Wei.
You're muted.
Great points. Just to reiterate, as Will had talked about this morning, when we get into the traffic impact to evaluate the traffic, we use the statewide model. So it's not just, we're not just limited to the facilities that's within the study area. With regard to your comment about the third bullet for this guiding principle, I certainly see the need that we can tighten the language where necessary. We can tighten that language and be more specific. But the intent of this set of points is to emphasize first we need to make operational improvements, and then we look at add capacity to existing transportation facilities, and then after that we'll consider if we'll tighten the language if there's the need. Then we need to address statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs. If there's the need, we'll develop new transportation facilities. So it's sort of a stepwise approach that we've heard from the task force members. Based on previous discussions, we felt that this reflects the sentiment of the task force about, first we do this, then we do that, and then after we evaluate that, then we get into the talk about where we need to develop new transportation facilities. We don't want to close the door and preclude that option, but we want to hear from other task force members as to does this stepwise approach kind of reflect the discussions so far.
So it's evaluation by priorities, what you're saying, Wei.
Right. And I would just to go right off of what Wei was saying, and maybe I don't want to say counter to, but as an additional consideration of, Ken, I feel like it's less the where necessary, while that language is generally, an ambiguous language because it is in this step manner. It doesn't seem to be that as openly ambiguous language because of the 1, 2 before it. It really boxes it in. But I agree with Wei and with Secretary Evans that the additional task force members should probably comment on their thoughts with this.
Okay, Commissioner Todd Gray from Gilchrist County, thank you. You had your hand raised, sir?
Yes, I just, as you are asking for other task force member input, I think this is pretty accurate, and I do think the priorities are set there where new facilities would take a lower priority after everything else has been looked at. So I'm agreeing with what you have presented.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's good. Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida, you had something real quick?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, on this first one where you set the 3 priorities, I would also like to state my agreement with it. And I would add perhaps one way to get to the concerns that have been stated by Kent would be to change the first couple of words in number 3 that now say where necessary. And the change that I would suggest is that you would go to number 3, which is essentially a new transportation facility, only if 1 and 2 are not feasible. So what I would say is the introductory to number 3 would be if 1 and 2 are not feasible to address statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs, then develop new transportation facilities. That creates, I think that's the intended gate you're trying to create, is that you first go to 1 and then you go to 2. And if those are not going to be feasible in terms of providing the needed transportation, only then will you look at 3.
Is that getting close to an instruction run?
I don't think so. I think it's general enough to work. But yeah, I think that's the intent.
Charles, what about just one additional thought that where instead of just saying feasible, say feasible and reasonable? I mean, because there are some, feasibility is just, can it be happen? But there are some reasonabilities where, like some of the water experts have said, maybe you go over here, you're going to be able to enhance water quality more. There's other reasonability factors.
Well, or feasible and practical would be another couple of words you could.
So yeah, like Wei said, we can wordsmith it, but I think I hear.
Yeah, wordsmith it. But you see, I'm agreeing with Kent that the current language where necessary is just too vague, and it kind of steps out of line with the hierarchy in this. So if you were to make it clear that you only get to number 3 if number 1 and 2 don't work, that's I think the intent.
That's the intent. All right, Wei.
Yeah, I think we can make a note here to work on the language and bring something back to the task force.
Okay.
I do have a comment on another one of these in this group. If you drop down to the one.
Can we?
Yeah, we got to go back to Kent.
Yeah, I think we got Charles before we do that. Yeah, we'll have to go back to Kent, and we just need to make sure that there's no additional comments about what you and Kent and Commissioner Gray have said on this particular one. But we'll come back to you for that if that's okay.
Thank you. Charles put a good point on it, what I was trying to get at with that. And thank you for describing it. It's a tiered, more of a tiered process versus all of them are equal. That's what I was concerned about. They were all going to be treated equally. So thank you for that. I don't have any other comments on this topic, but I do have a comment on the community identity and character topic.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, well, that at least tells us where we're headed to next. But does any of the task force members have any more comments in regards to the maximizing use of existing facilities draft guiding principle that we have here, again with the edits that we'll be making based off of the comments we've heard so far? If I don't see any hands, then we're gonna move on.
Alicia, can you highlight number 3 for us just on screen so that they see just to highlight, as Wei said, we'll revise. All right, so Kent was going to move on to community.
Yeah, Kent, which other one did you want to go to next?
Community identity and character, please.
Okay.
All right. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is a recommendation that actually, and how the Wekiva Parkway had. This deals with, and this could be an instruction or it could be a guiding principle. You know, I think this is important enough to be a guiding principle. But an established an environmental advisory committee made up of environmental agency and advocacy groups and area officials to engage in routing and design considerations concerning potential project impacts to conservation lands, wildlife and their habitat, and the acquisition of land to compensate for destruction of habitat and loss of public and private conservation lands. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Honestly, I think that that's a good either instruction or guiding principle for us to consider. But just knowing what's coming up later and what other guiding principles we have, it'll have a much tighter fit with the future principles we will discuss specific to the areas that you discussed. Whereas it's not just community character; it speaks about conservation and ecosystem.
Yeah, I did know of these topics that were identified. I couldn't figure out where to drop this, so I put it here. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a great comment. I would say just hold it for a little bit and hopefully we'll get farther down beyond these first group of 5 and there are some that it's going to fit really well with. So we'll definitely keep it for that.
Are there any task force members who would want to speak to this? So far, we've only heard from a handful of people. So if you're on the call, you might as well step up and make it worth your while. So are there any comments, any suggestions in regards to the community identity and character? Again, this is one thing that we try to develop from a standpoint of the feedback that we heard about the rural nature of the communities and trying to maintain that rural nature and help them to achieve the vision that they have, the local communities. So that's just really kind of the key in regards to that. Michelle Hopkins, did you have a comment? Looks like yourself. Michelle.
Yeah. Yes. Hi, this is Michelle Hopkins with the Southwest Florida Water Management District. And I just wanted to comment on this one. When we look at the purpose and then we move along over to the draft guiding principles, I do feel like that it's kind of been blended to the point where I think that the protection of the environment and natural resources gets lost in the overall kind of umbrella of protecting the communities. And I don't know, how, unless that maybe we could work something into the instructions to, I like Charles' recommendation on, an environmental task force or advisory committee or something. But I do have concerns that it kind of gets lost, because when I read those draft guiding principles, I'm kind of read more about the community itself and not so much in protection of the environment.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Is that something where maybe you're thinking that maybe we take? I think the idea is that because of the recreational opportunities and so forth that lie in a lot of the rural counties, that's kind of blended in with the community character somewhat. So I think that was the thought process, but I do understand where you're coming from, and maybe we take it out. Maybe we take out the environmental and natural resources purpose and focus just on the community.
Leave them as separate, and unless we're able to work in enough in the instructions that it's clear that it, also includes that higher level of protection for environmental and natural resources.
I got you. Wei, did you want to make a comment there?
Yeah, that was a great point. I think the purpose of this guiding principle is to primarily address the opportunities for characters and quality of life in communities. It kind of also addresses protect the environment and natural resources. That's why we put the purpose in the purpose category. But we do have a series of guiding principles that's focused exclusively, mainly on protect the environment and the natural resources. So we'll have time to discuss this other series either today or next time when we meet. To address the issue that both Michelle and Kent brought up about the environmental stakeholder overseeing the process moving forward, what we're doing right now is we're resurrecting the environmental stakeholders group. We're gonna start having quarterly conversations with this group to talk to them about the Florida Transportation Plan goals, objectives, and visions, and also to talk about any major activities that's going on at DOT. After we complete the task force work, we will keep this group going, and then if the task force feels that they need to make that recommendation into a guiding principle or instruction for DOT moving forward, for an environmental stakeholder group to oversee the implementation process, that would be that would just firm up the DOT's commitment to collaborating with the environmental stakeholders.
Alicia, I think you can go ahead and delete that from the purpose column, protect that one. I think I'm hearing everyone say that. Because Wei is correct and everyone else correct. There's several other guiding principles where that's going to get its moment to really come through. Greg.
All right. Kent, do you have another one in our initial group of guiding principles you wanted to kind of move to? I'm not seeing any additional hands popping up in regards to the community identity and character guiding principle. So actually, hold on a second. I see Commissioner Ronald Kitchen representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Do you have a comment?
Yes, sir. This kind of goes along with what I was talking about earlier. You have, to me, this is kind of the crux of what we're looking at here on the work with communities on preferences. You have 8 different counties. You could have 8 different preferences. When you talk about quality of life, that might be 8 different definitions for each different county. So the concept of working with those communities on what their preferences are would seem to be the key to this, where that what one person thinks, what is quality of life. One county, that might be job creation. Another one might be open land space. So I think that you've addressed the fact that you want to work with the local communities on their preferences, including the planning and interchange locations and infrastructure and so on. So I think that thought encompasses, in my mind, what you're really trying to gather with all this.
Yeah, and it certainly will as the project moves from the task force phase and has been stated even today, is that the task force is an additional step to the FDOT process, and so we're before planning. So as the project goes into planning, there is a lot of public involvement, reaching out to those local communities to find out what they would like, what they feel. And we've actually heard from several of those communities already with preferences and so forth, as far as some opportunities that they've mentioned. So that will obviously, that's part of the FDOT process, and that will certainly be part of the project as it advances, as it goes to the next phase of planning and corridor development. So Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida, did you have any, I don't want to overlook what you commented.
Did we get all we can?
Yeah.
I'm not for sure. I wanted to see if he had anything in regards to this one.
Yes, I do. This is the other one that I wanted to comment on. I think the change with regard to environment and natural resources.
Charles, can you get a little closer to your mic? We're having problems picking you up.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The change, removing the environment and natural resources from this category, was essentially what I was going to suggest, because I was afraid that the emphasis was not going to be on community character here. But one of the Gregs mentioned that one of the focuses on this is rural character. And I think that that's appropriate. I also think you ought to specifically mention it. The character and quality of life, some perhaps particularly rural character would be some good words to consider adding to this. I agree with Commissioner Kitchens. This is going to be primarily guided by the adopted local government comprehensive plans and the preferences of the community. But I think that since we are talking about rural, we ought to put that word in there in some form. And then the final thing is going back to the column under purpose on the far left. You may want to add in another purpose in addition to enhanced quality of life and public safety. I don't have the list of all the purposes in front of me, but if there's something that refers to protecting agriculture and rural character and that kind of thing, that purpose ought to be, those purposes ought to be put in the far left-hand column.
Okay. Yeah, and I think and that's a good point. Is in regards to the rural nature, is that obviously most of the counties that we are that the corridor is included in the corridor are rural in nature. But I think that based off of the comments and the correspondence that I've seen from some of the municipalities, they see the project as an opportunity to be a supplement to their rural lifestyle, but maybe offer opportunities for maybe some economic development that's outside the standard agricultural or rural nature that they currently have today. So again, back to the point of working with the locals to try to reach the vision that they have set up for them and have identified in their local comp plans. It's key.
And the other point of view on that is that one alternative that would present itself to a local community, let's say, for instance, a brand new turnpike greenfield through the middle of their agricultural area, could be devastating to protecting that part of their character. On the other hand, upgrading an existing highway could be supportive of that character. So right. Again, it goes back to the local community's point of view to a certain extent, but I do think that it would be useful to tease the word rural into that paragraph.
Okay, Charles Shin, representing Florida Farm Bureau Federation. You had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you very much. All I want to do is just quickly second what Charles just had to say. I think he was right on point with the statements that he made. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Do we want to tease rural into there for now and just keep it as a placekeeper for later? I mean, it's very simple. It would be enhance the rural character and quality of life. Doesn't have to be final. Just put it in for now, and then we'll throw it out later and see what the powers that be and the task force say as a whole. All right. Any other? Are we good? Any more hands on this one?
I think we're good for this one. So Kent, did you have in the initial grouping that Greg read through, do you have another one that you want to jump to with some comments?
Must be muted.
Kent, are you there? Oops. All right, try it now. Kent, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
I do appreciate Weiwei's comments, and I very much would strongly recommend that we have text in the language that directs DOT to set up an environmental advisory committee, please.
Okay. I think Charles had some.
Kent, did you have any more comments in regards to any of the other initial guiding principles that this first batch that we're looking at?
No, thank you.
Okay. Charles, Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida, did you have any more? I know you said that you had a couple with Kent, but I just wanted to check and see if you had any other comments before we open it back up.
With this group of things that you put up on the screen for this section, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right, so are there any other comments from any of the task force members in regards to this first few guiding principles that we've looked at? Any other comments before we try to put a pin in this? And again, we'll bring these back to you. These are certainly not finalized and ready to go, but there could be something that we could bring back to you. Commissioner Betsy Barfield from Jefferson County, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I do. I did send Ryan Asmus an email about this particular area right here, and gave some thoughts about Jefferson County and how that this guiding principle might look. So if you will reference that, or I can find my email and go over that with you right now.
Ryan, Ryan's gonna send it over to us right now. Yeah, I mean, we certainly appreciate that. We'd like to have the opportunity for the task force to, Betsy, to hear it and share their thoughts and feedback on that.
Thank you for sharing with us, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome. So you want me to wait on that? What you want me to do?
It's coming to you right. So Greg, he'll receive it by email. He'll take a look at it and enter some dialogue with you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was hoping Greg Evans could tell a story longer while Ryan's email got to you. Okay, yeah, okay, so Betsy, we have it here in front of us. So this says, well, Betsy, I'm just gonna read your email so that I can, instead of parsing it. So it says, does it have to be a toll road or limited access road? I would want our section to look like the Georgia-Florida Parkway, wide medians, oak trees, longleaf pines. There was a photo provided with more if needed. One of the main complaints about limited access road is the opportunity is not presented to get off the road and explore. And is it possible to add discussions about branding of towns in the mix, each community with its own unique character, using technology available now in the future to broadcast the assets in each area, smartphone notifications, exit now app. There's a heritage road examples, etc. Obviously, I tried to paraphrase a little bit of it to capture all the thoughts in there, but Betsy, that's what was presented. If you want to share any additional thoughts on that as it relates to this guiding principle.
Yes, when we started this process, we've always called it a toll road, and I think that there's an opportunity to have a limited access road or just an extra lane for the low traffic areas. And this is these thoughts are coming from that idea that it doesn't have to look like a toll road. It can be a road that is very much in sync with the environment and the community in which it passes through.
So with that in mind, just as a question for your thoughts, is it your sentiment that you feel like that might be what you're saying there is befitting to put into the guiding principle language, or more so again, where that's just an instruction where again, the principle is to, maintain, enhance, and work with the quality of life, but the instructions in getting there, like you're saying, is just because it might be a toll road doesn't mean it has to look like a toll road through these communities.
I think on our next call with Betsy, we can go over our statutory requirement for landscaping, which includes 1.5% of the construction cost. So I think that we will, utilize that and go back to our community aesthetics and protection of that community, that group that has a certain look they're looking for, what their preferences may be. So that will be something that we will engage in. I would also like to present to Commissioner our FDO tree program, in which we do the outreach with various communities to get their input on what they would like for the aesthetics, the signage for downtown areas, historical areas, things like that, that we could incorporate. But that's further down the line.
Yeah.
That's something we do anyway, but I just want to get her comfort level up, demonstrating to her what programs we already have out there.
And that could be something that we include some language in the instructions, in the draft instructions, about maybe some preferences in regards to the landscaping and the general feel of the roadway. You know, when you go to drive down a certain roadway, sometimes different roadways have different feels. So the feel of that kind of matches the character of the area. But I love your idea, Commissioner, in regards to branding of the towns throughout. I think that's a great idea, and it's something that you know, we could maybe put some information in there in regards to looking into that. 'Cause I think that's a great way to help to preserve some of the character of the local communities, as well as to try to enhance maybe some of the local businesses and so forth, from a standpoint of some of the items that you had that in your suggestions. So
Wait, got a comment?
Yeah, I think Betsy was going to respond
To add to what Greg said, I think Commissioner Barfield, it's a great thought. It's a perfect example of a draft instruction. You know, DOT is committed to working with the communities on their preferences, but if there's the need for a new facility, the design features that you would like to see, we can document these requirements in the instructions. I think the Wakaiva report gave some really good examples about some of the design features that they wanted.
Okay. And the question is, does it have to be a toll road, a limited access road?
No, M-Course, the purpose of M-Course is much broader than that. As we discussed with the guiding principle that we just talked about today, operational improvements to existing facilities, co-location with utilities, all these options are open. So we're not just talking about a toll road.
Okay. Those are my comments. I think that's great.
Thank you so much.
all right, Commissioner Christian Dozier, representing Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. Commissioner Dozier, do you have a comment? Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it now, sir. Yes. Actually, I raised my hand before Wei just answered Commissioner Barfield's last comment about does it need to be a toll road? I had thought about making this comment at the end. I was holding it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. What I heard Betsy say was it's not just about the planning and the aesthetics of this, although that was a good point. I know that's in the budget, and that's good to know or be reminded of. It's also about the access to businesses and the accessibility. Are we encouraging people to explore our communities along the route and everything like that? So I've been wondering all along if we need a ranking for our guiding principles as well. And it seems like a lot of these principles that we've talked about just in these first few, community identity and others, may be better served by improving existing, adding to where we need to, but improving the existing and not having a toll road that has that effective limiting access. I use that as an example, but I do think based on the discussion so far, it might be interesting to rank the guiding principles or draw some connections between them. That if we focus on improving existing first, does that also support our goal of preserving and enhancing the community identity if we focus on existing versus a new road? So that's part of what Betsy was talking about, but also just kind of as the whole list, I'm wondering how we're going to look at that and draw some connections between these different principles. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Dozier, that's a great point. That the sense of priority is what we're trying to get from the task force as well. What's more important to the task force? We've laid out a few overarching guiding principles just for discussion, but as we hear more from the task force, we can reorganize and rebrand some of it. And Will has a comment.
Yeah, so certainly first couple phases of MCORs may not be the full build out of the toll facility, but so just think about what we can do with those first and prioritized elements of MCORs that we can do first, whether it's broadband, improve the safety of existing corridors, limited access. There's pieces and parts that we can do well before any toll facilities built.
Okay. Janet Bowman from Nature Conservancy, you had your hand up a few minutes ago, and then I thought you might have put it down. So I just want to make for sure that you.
I took it down.
Okay. Kent Wimmer with Defenders of Wildlife, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I just have one quick, my comment today that I gave earlier before lunch, with the consistency of the plan, most of that comment came from topics that were covered by the Wekiva plan. And all those elements that the comprehensive plan deals with, and these plans are going to deal with, affect community character. So it's possible, instead of that location for, that comment, it fits more down with community character. But I will just reemphasize the Wekiva model is an excellent one when it comes to integrating community, what the community wants to get out of this. So thank you.
Okay.
Any more on the first group of 5 that we've discussed?
Yeah, is there anyone else before we move on to the next set of guiding principles? Anybody else have a comment on that first group? We've got about 30 minutes, I believe, till we need to, till a task force report outline presentation by Wei Shin. So if there are no other hands being raised, then we are going to advance on to the next one.
All right, so I'm going to group these next 5. And again, the request we got, over the lunch break was to begin discussing the ones that speak to the protect the environment and natural resources purpose. So I'm going to begin at number 7, Alicia, and just sort of follow along with me here. So the first guiding principle we're going to read here, move to next, is historic and cultural resources. And just as a note, one of the reasons I wanted to group these together as well is because you're going to see some similar or repetitive type language as we work into these. And I think it's an opportunity to get the task force feedback on that aspect as well. So historic and cultural resources for the purpose of protect the environment and natural resources, high level need, preserve and improve the character and quality of existing communities. The draft guiding principle states, prioritize avoiding impacts to historic and cultural resources. Where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to them. Alicia, as we go there, we're going to skip the one on number 8, just because it doesn't quite fit with this group, and go right to 9. So then we go to 9, which is conservation lands. Again, in the protect the environment purpose, high level need of protect, restore, enhance, and connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems. These each have 2 guiding principles within them. The first one says seek opportunities to protect, restore, and enhance the integrity and connectivity of existing and planned regionally significant conservation lands. Second principle, prioritize avoiding impacts to identified conservation resources. Where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to them. I'm going to go on to the next one. Same purpose, same need. This one is speaking to wildlife habitats. Essentially similar language. Seek opportunities to protect and restore and enhance the integrity and connectivity of regionally significant wildlife and native plant habitats and corridors. Prioritize avoiding impacts to wildlife and native plant habitats with emphasis on threatened and endangered species Where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to these lands. And I'm going to go to the next one. For water resources, again, you're going to see repetitive type language here. So it says seek opportunities to protect, restore, and enhance the integrity of regionally significant water resources, prioritize avoiding impacts to water resources where not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to them. And then the last one in this group is the ecosystem connectivity. Same type language, same purpose and needs, but again, it speaks to the significant ecosystems. So seek opportunities to protect, restore, and enhance the integrity and connectivity of federal, state, local, and regionally significant ecosystems, prioritize avoiding impacts, where not avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate. Kent, obviously recognizing your comment from earlier this morning, this speaks to the comment that you provided about the language of the ambiguous language. So we are aware of that comment to begin with. But yeah, so that's the first group of 5, and just wanted to at least acknowledge that we've had some conversation to set up this discussion.
Okay. So if you have comments on any of those, go ahead and raise your hand, and we will just start addressing them. And we'll start with Janet Bowman with Nature Conservancy. Janet, I know that this was one of the groups that you wanted to kind of get to today, so I'm glad we were able to get here. So.
Right. Well, I think my comment, it applies to this and also the water resource categories too. And that's, again, I agree with Ken on the language, but beyond that, before this meeting, I went back and looked at, our guiding principles that we developed, at meeting, I guess, through the first 4 meetings. And to me, we had some kind of bright line avoidance categories, some of which are reflected in the avoidance maps and attraction maps. And I think rolling them up to this level just completely misses, those sort of a bright line avoidance need to be identified, particularly things like Florida Forever Land, state parks, springs, etc. That really needs to be very specific in the guiding principles.
Is that something, Janet, that could be identified in the instructions, in the draft instructions, to where the guiding principle is just more general about prioritize avoiding impacts to, maybe we say, well, it says identify conservation resources. Do you think that, or what does the task force in general feel about the specific that, or thoughts on that?
Did you all catch that? We have some weather up here in Tallahassee, and I lost connection for a minute.
So I think what Greg was saying was just that it was trying to frame that in terms of an instruction and how we captured the comment there. And so he was saying that, is that something where we might find an opportunity within the draft instructions to make that connection that I think, you had discussed, previously about what's been illustrated on the avoidance map and how those things are categorized now and what's in the guiding principles. So just trying to find an opportunity to make that connection through the instructions. If you think that's befitting of your comment.
Okay. Yeah,
she's under a pretty heavy thunderstorm right now.
Yeah, Tallahassee's getting hit, I think, some bad weather. So, did they? Okay. So, are there any?
Will, are you still connected?
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
Okay. No, good question. So, the avoidance and attraction layers that DOT is committed to is a starting point. So if we need to add either one of those categories or those subcategories, the task force is charged with with adding those to the guiding principles or instructions like Greg mentioned. So it's just a starting point. And y'all got lots of layers to look at to refine that.
Right. And I just wanted, Janet had spoken with me to some extent about this. So I mean, while she's hopefully able to get back on through the storm, I know that that was one of her comments, was just trying to find, to discuss with the task force, like Will was just mentioning now, if there is a way to make, either through instructions or otherwise, a connection between that starting effort with the GIS tool and the guiding principles, so that, you know, the efforts that you all have gone through can be captured in this language and guiding principles.
Yeah. This is Janet. I'm back. Which I just caught the tail end of it. But I mean, you know, I'm interested in the connection both in terms of the map, but also the specificity of the guiding principle as well.
Right. And I think, Janet, as what we were trying to maybe assume from your comment was just that if there's a way that we can put into the instructions that connection that you've been asking about, that would give you an opportunity to see if it adequately addresses the comment that you're making here.
Right. But I guess I would say I'm not sure the instructions get me there. I mean, I think it's important enough. It needs to be in the guiding principles that they're, you know, that they're natural resource assets that should be avoided. And then, you know, perhaps those are identified in the map or those are identified in the instructions. But I think it's really important to state that clearly.
Okay, that's a good comment. Wei, I see that you got your mic up. Camera up.
I lost connection the same time as Janet lost hers, but I understand Janet.
On all the principles where you're going.
I understand Janet's comment. So we probably need to go a bit more specific with the guiding principles and maybe reference the avoidance attraction, the GIS tool and these areas, and then also beef up the instructions. Janet, for today's discussion, these instructions are just some example instructions that we called out of our discussions. So for the next task force meeting, we'll revise the guiding principle and maybe beef up the instructions, and we'll talk to you and see if that addresses your concern.
Okay, great. Thanks. I really appreciate it.
I would be interested to hear from some of the additional task force members, because I think this is a pretty substantive change to this grouping of guiding principles, as they all read very similarly. Because the way I understand the conversation, the suggested revision to the guiding principle, you know, like if we took, say, this, we got the water resource one, we got ecosystem up on the screen now. So if we took the ecosystem guiding principle and revised it, it would state things specifically, like instead of saying seek opportunities to protect and then restore, under that prioritize avoiding impacts too, it would say things like, you know, will not impact or no new corridor through, and have a list of resources. So I would just be curious to hear other task force members' thoughts about, you know, because that's a pretty big change.
All right, so we do have several hands raised. So some people had their hand raised before we jumped on this. So if you just raise your hand to address that, just be patient. We'll get to you and so forth. But Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida, you had your hand raised.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think all of you dropped off for a while. Just FYI, my screen went dead for about 5 minutes. So you know, but anyway, let me make the main point I wanted to make on this. I'm not sure how we got to what's on the screen right now, and I'm going to be perhaps a little more direct than Janet was. I think that the guiding principles, as they were stated, which I made some comments on and made some further suggestions for clarification and strengthening back in June. But if you will go back to the meeting 5 presentation of the guiding principles on natural resources, I think that's where we need to be. And I mean, for example, I'm gonna read the first one. Avoid and do not impact springheads, high-risk coastal areas, lakes, farmland preservation areas. That was number one. Number two, minimize impacts by not placing a new corridor through the following natural resources: state forests, Florida forever acquired owned lands, aquatic preserves, state parks, wildlife refuges, mitigation banks, managed lands, and coastal avoidance areas. Number three, avoid to the extent feasible and enhance to the extent practical. Where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to agricultural lands, prime farmlands, and timberlands, and so on. We had some clarity there, some crisp words, some real guidance, and frankly, the guiding principles that I see in front of me in this set have been reduced to a dull mumble. And so my request is that we scrap what's in front of us and start with the list the way we had it in the meeting 5 presentation, with a linkage to the guiding principles and the avoidance areas. The characteristic change that's made by doing what's been done with the words that are now on the screen is there's been a complete decoupling of the guiding principles with the all the hard work that's been done with regard to the avoidance areas. And I don't understand why that happened, how that happened, but it's the wrong direction from my point of view.
Well, that was consistent for the 5 minutes that you may have missed or that where we lost because of the storm. That was consistent with the conversation that was occurring at that time as well.
Wei, do you want to address that?
Charles, this is our first attempt trying to capture the high level discussion that we heard from the task force. We might have gone a bit too higher level if you think we lost some of the specificity. So that's why we wanted to hear from you guys. We heard from you and Janet, and we wanted to hear from other task force members so we have enough directions that we can rewrite those.
Well, my specific suggestion is go back to the presentation of the guiding principles in the slides we saw in meeting 5, and let's start there.
Okay. Kent Wimmer with Defenders of Wildlife.
Thank you very much. I strongly support what Janet was saying and what Charles was saying. I believe the guiding principles need to have the list of resource areas. You know, I work very closely with Ryan, providing a lot of data, and then also to Greg. And DOT should be using the data on the maps. I mean, I'll even take it a step further. I think all public and private conservation lands that are protected in that way should not be impacted at all. So, you know, I provided you with a list of those data sets on multiple times. And so I am happy to go through those if that's your pleasure. But as far as the instructions for moving forward, you know, as far as your impacts to conservation lands, wildlife habitats, farms, I believe and I recommend that there should be instructions that DOT should fund a land acquisition program at least at a 2-to-1 value ratio, and just not and to go much beyond just committing to work with. But I think that's inadequate. I think DOT should put in here in the instructions that if you're going to take conservation lands, you're going to replace them at least with the 2-to-1 value. Like I said, I have a whole bunch of different, you know, recommendations for data sets you can use. Are we also talking about, let's see, I'm trying to move away my comments so I can see, like in water, are we talking about water too?
Water resources. I believe water resources is in this group. Yes.
Water was covered in the group.
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about the group as a whole.
There were another excellent recommendation in the Wakaiva report that this should be included and meets within the instructions. Environmental protection measures to be employed during corridor development include turbidity barriers over outstanding Florida waters, requiring post-development recharge and runoff volumes approximate pre-development. Comply, be consistent with basin management action plans, and coordinate with agencies and landowners so adjacent lands can continue to be managed using prescribed fire. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. There's, like I said, I have a couple dozen different specific comments as regard to these areas.
Hey, Kent, what you just mentioned, especially the last two items that you mentioned, they fit pretty well within the instructions column. I want to go back to the guiding principles discussion. It seems so far, I think what I've heard is that we need to make more of a connection between the guiding principles and the work that we've done with regard to the attraction and avoidance areas. Is that the sentiment of the task force, so staff can have enough directions moving forward and bring stuff back to you? We've heard from you, Janet, and Charles. It seems like we need to be more specific and make more of a connection. Does that capture what you guys are talking about in a high level?
It does for me. Thank you. Kent Wimmer.
I think Michelle. Yeah. Michelle Hopkins, with the Southwest Water Management District, you had your Southwest Florida Water Management District, you had your hand raised?
Yes, I did. And I really just want to say that I do support all of these comments. I don't need to go back through them, but I was also concerned about the protection for some of these priority areas and being more specific about that. So I think that the recommendations that have been put forth are what we should move forward on.
Yeah, and I think that just for clarification, I think the internal thought was that with the specifics would be included in like the draft instructions. You know, we could include those there, but it sounds like, at least from the ones that, you know, task force members that we've heard from, and again, kind of to echo Weiwei's point, you know, we've heard a lot this afternoon from 3 task force members. Which we really appreciate, and I understand that this is you know, these are natural resources, which is kind of in their wheelhouse. But if you know, we do want to hear from, this is a task force of 41 members, so we want to hear from everybody in regards to this. So Michelle, thanks for that. But I think that was kind of the thought process. It wasn't that we were trying to necessarily take a step back. It was just to keep the draft guiding principles, like Weiwei said. We were trying to keep them at a higher level and then really sharpen the pencil when we get to the draft instructions at a future meeting. But Commissioner Todd Gray from Gilchrist County, did you want to add anything?
I'm just trying to help the process. I think the language is good at this point with, you know, it's more of a broader brush is the way I look at it with the guiding principles. And I believe, as you have stated, the instructions will let us get as detailed as we need to be to move this, you know, to the next step. So just wanted to give my input. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also to add to what the commissioner just said, the tool with all the avoidance and attraction areas, the GIS tool is a living tool. We're constantly updating it, and it's going to be carried forward into future processes when we get into more detailed planning and project development work. But we can certainly revise the guiding principle to be more specific. And
yes, and I do think the as much time was put into developing the GIS tool, it's going to be very valuable, and I'm sure we're not going to lose sight of that, and we'll use that as a resource again for that next detailed step to avoid those issues. Thank you.
I know that Charles Shin raised his hand, but I'm going to put 2 guys on the spot, and they're going to give me grief about it later on when I talk to them at other times. But for my Chris's, when install. I would be curious, in terms of the discussion about the guiding principle with you guys, in your roles and with your agencies, having to do this on other projects and such. Just if you had any thoughts or input on, the specificity being within, the principle versus the instruction, and how that engages with you all, as partners that that the DOT has to work with later on. And if not, you can just tell me to be quiet and I'll go on to Charles. But Chris Stahl or Chris Wynn, if you guys had any thoughts on that.
Hey, this is Chris Wynn. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I was actually kind of wrestling in my mind too of throwing out, for consideration. If you think high level here, the purpose, we're all focused on protecting the environment and natural resources. And I just want to make it clear that, a lot of the quality of life is dependent upon, the environment in this area. And I know we were trying to tease that out of the earlier discussions, but I just want to kind of, draw some attention to, the high level need, not just being too focused or only focused on, these natural resources for their benefit, but for the benefit of the people, so I don't want to lose sight of that. I think we can get a lot more specific in the instructions as we move forward, but maybe there's a way to kind of thread the needle of providing a little more specificity in the guiding principle that I believe is consistent with some of our previous comments that we've submitted to DOT. So I'll kind of stop there and see if there's any other comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, Chris Stahl from FDEP.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I totally agree. Guiding principles are high level stuff. Draft instructions are where we need to really tighten it up. I mean, I'll be having something to say about that we really need to have some language in the instructions, like about logical termini and stuff like that. So, where you initiate it and where you wrap it up, rather than just like at a border or something like that. It really needs, such a big facility that this potentially should also hook into and end at another big CIS facility. So that's really where I guess we really need to start putting more of a fine point on stuff rather than just the guiding principles. At least that's my feelings.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris.
I do want to say we've got about 5 minutes left in this discussion before we wrap it up. I do just want to remind everybody that if those who want to make a comment virtually online need to register by 2:30, which is 5 minutes. So I just want to give you one last notification. We had mentioned it earlier, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity and remind you that you can register online at floridamcourse.com. If you need the link emailed to you, you can raise your hand and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. But we will be going to taking public comment at 3 p.m. today. So anyway, but all right, thank you all for the discussion in regards to that. Obviously, we've gotten some good instruction. Speaking of draft instruction, we've got some good draft instructions as far as some adjustments that we need to make. Charles Shin with Farm Bureau Federation, you did have your hand raised.
It's back down now. No comment.
Oh, okay.
I apologize, Charles, if I moved the conversation away from what you were going to say earlier.
Commissioner Christian Dozier from Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency.
Yes, sir. I know we only have a moment. I appreciate the conversation. I actually had in my notes that I thought the details would be in instructions. I just wonder if maybe a reference to the GIS information, the avoidance, all of that within the principles might help to signal what's coming in the instructions. It was just a thought to kind of split the difference between what I was hearing, but I did assume those details would be in the instructions so long as they're there. I do agree with Janet's earlier point that sparked this. The only other thing that I wanted to add was under the water resources category, and we may not be able to get into a discussion here. I know you're looking for other comments from the task force here at the end, but there's a lot of new technology coming on with stormwater treatment, particularly looking for ways that we can enhance the stormwater, whether it's improving existing facilities or a new road, and learn from them some of that new tech. I just wonder if that could be included here. I think as Christopher from Florida Chamber said earlier, and some of you all as well, we may not get to construction for many years. And by then I hope we have a lot more good options for stormwater retention and processing that. So I did have one other question that was more general and leaving it to the end. And so I'm gonna go ahead and put this out, Mr. Chair, that I believe that, you know, work on the PD&E or components of that has already begun. So how will the instruction from the task force, these details, be integrated into that ongoing work? And is that process something we can talk about at a future meeting?
So the PD&E process is an infant right now. We do have our consultant under contract already, but with, you know, the COVID situation and pushing our delivery date back into November, has delayed those opportunities. But the guiding principles and the instructions will be on top of our normal PD&E processes. So we will have things that, you know, we would normally question. A lot of these things and instructions I assume that we will get would be things that we would question internally. This just ensures the task force that that will happen.
Commissioner, to add to what Secretary Evans just said, we have the PD&E consultants on board, but the work has not really started. The avoidance and attraction areas, the guiding principles, the needs statement, the instructions that we develop here with the task force will direct the work of the PD&E consultants. Will Watts has a presentation today to talk about corridor planning activities. He'll address some of the sequencing of these events. And then at next month's task force meeting, we're gonna work with you on how to use guiding principles to narrow the path course to a pretty wide swath, and then that the PD&E group will continue with that work. And then I think Will's came on now.
Yeah, nothing more to add. Just one, you know, you're going to see the first step, so to speak, at the next meeting of the PD&E process, where, you know, we're taking all your guiding principles to date, and we are going to produce a map feature, a path course feature that shows possible alternative areas that corridors could be implemented. So everything we're hearing, everything we're watching develop will be used in that first baby step that you'll get to see, and that'll lead into the alternate corridor evaluation process.
How many more with hands up? We're getting
We
short on time.
just have a couple. So
You'll move the post.
Yes, sir. Thank you. With Chris Wynn.
yes,
Or
yes.
Chris Waller.
Chris Wynn.
Just real quick, I wanted to follow up. So I agree with Commissioner Dozier's recommendation on simply, you know, focusing on the GIS, adding GIS, you know, into the guiding principle. I like that comment. And then secondly, I'm looking at the ecosystem connectivity topic, guiding principle, and one of our main concerns is making sure that We evaluate and implement wildlife crossing design features to maintain connectivity of critical linkages. But I recognize that, for example, would be an instruction. So I just wanted to kind of get that out and hopefully include it in that category in the instructions for that guiding principle. Thank you.
Good comment. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that was good. All right. To wrap this up, Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. You just have you got 30 seconds.
I just hope, Will, that as the PD&E material that you're going to unveil at our next meeting, I hope that the guidance on guiding principles that are going into those PD&E factors come from the list of guiding principles in meeting 5 rather than the ones that are on the screen today, because these do not provide clear guidance. The ones in meeting 5 provided much clearer guidance. And I would just urge every task force member to understand what I've been trying to advocate here. Go back to your slides from meeting 5 and take a look at the guiding principles there and compare them to the ones that are here. These give no guidance. I'm sorry, I have to disagree with those of you who feel this can be accomplished by pushing these down into the instruction. I don't think so. In these kind of task force processes and the recommendations, and if you go back and look at the WCAIVA, you'll see that the very important language that steered the whole ship came out of the guiding principles. It had to be specific. And so I hope we will go to greater specificity, and we'll begin that process by looking at the guiding principles as they were structured in meeting 5.
All right, thank you, Charles. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the entire task force. You know, look at the immense progress that we have made since 1 p.m. today. Really appreciate it. And if we were all in one room together, I'd got to give us a round of applause. So thanks to everyone that participated in this discussion and dialogue. Very informative. We've made a lot of progress today, and so we're 1 through 12 of the guiding principles, and at a future opportunity, we'll go through this iteration again and complete a review of those. Just want to take that opportunity to say thank you to the task force and to our facilitators here, Greg Garrett and Greg Vaughn. Thank you. You kept us moving along. So thank you again. So now we'll bring up the agenda item for the 2:30, and Ms. Wei, thank you, and Will also for the valuable input that you gave during the guiding principle discussion here. So Madam Wei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Secretary Evans. I would like to take a few minutes to set the stage for the next few meetings by summarizing the proposed outline for your final report and the process for developing the report. Florida statute requires each task force to submit a report to the governor, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives by November 15th, 2020. This report will play multiple functions. It would document how the charge of the task forces was met. It would describe the task force's work activity, including how we received and considered public input. It would also summarize the task force's recommendations. Let me briefly describe our thinking on the task force report outline. We anticipate that the final summary report may be about 15 pages, consistent with the length of other recent task force reports. This will be augmented by significant online documentation of presentations, technical tools, and public input. The transmittal letter will be from the chair to the governor, president of the Senate, and Speaker of the House as directed by the statute. The transmittal, the first 3 sections on the left will summarize the background of the legislation, the task force membership and process, including public and agency involvement, and the study area characteristics. Staff will start drafting these sections for you to review. The fourth section is the heart of the report. Your recommendations on high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions. We have been working on this together, starting at virtual meeting number 4 and also over the next few meetings. And staff will format your text into the report for you. This section will focus on your specific recommendations with supporting narrative, including documenting significant concerns that are not resolved and would need to be addressed moving forward. The final section will be an action plan. This is what the task force recommends in terms of future planning and project development, as well as ongoing partner coordination, including the role of the organizations on this task force in future activities and monitoring these recommendations. We will work on this at meeting number 8, and today we've heard a lot about the desire to have a environmental stakeholder group monitoring the process. So it could be formulated into a guiding principle. It could also be formulated into a specific action item in the final section of the report. However, I wanted to make sure clear that this report outline would not include any specific recommendations on an alignment or project, because we're all still early in the planning process, but it would include clear guidance for how these decisions should be made. We want to share this report outline today with you to give you a sense of where we're headed, and also to remind you that the goal is for consensus on the final report as a package. On behalf of staff, I want to thank you for all the robust discussions that we've had today. We all know that how challenging it is to get consensus. It's not going to be easy. It'll require us to have iterative discussions back and forth, entertain trade-offs and concessions. Staff is here to support you every step of the way. Let's talk a little bit about how the drafting process is going to work. Staff is going to draft the introductions and the overview sections and bring back to you at meeting 8 for review. We'll post it on the website ahead of the meeting so you can take a look at it before you come to the meeting and be ready to discuss changes and comments to these sections. Your recommendations and action plan, the task force, we are working on generating the drafts during today's meeting and the next few meetings. So today we focused on high-level needs and initial discussions on guiding principles. Next meeting in August, we're gonna have a general sense of what the guiding principles are gonna look like. And then we'll focus on developing instructions and the action plan during meeting number 8. So specifically at our next month's task force meeting, staff will bring you sections of the report, the intro and the overview for you to review. And we're gonna have the guiding principle worksheet updated with track change and your comments to reflect what we've discussed today. And we're also going to bring back the needs worksheet with probably a paragraph on how to evaluate these needs moving forward, also for you to review at next meeting. Once we have a draft report compiled, we want to have it out on the project website for public to provide comments between meeting number 8 and 9, and then task force meeting number 9 is where we would adopt the final report and have discussions on any final changes that we may have. So let me pause here and see, Greg, if we have any questions about the report outline and the drafting process. Also comments and suggestions.
Okay, Janet Bowman with the Nature Conservancy, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, just in terms of drafts that are submitted prior to meetings, and comments that we give, I just want to reiterate that, you know, as a task force member, I would like to be able to send my comments ahead of time and have them circulated with other folks to task force members. So that, and I think that would speed up our discussions. So again.
Will, would you like to speak to that?
Yep, coming online. So if we distribute any notes outside the actual meeting itself, where the public doesn't have access to, we've got some issues. So,
Well, you can share it with the public.
Right.
It's just if we were there, you know, if I was at the meeting in person, I could hand out comments to other task force members in that public context.
Well, we've got two paths forward. You can work with staff to get the edits made, then we can repost them back out to the task force members, or bring up as many of those issues you can when you speak on each guiding principles, because that'll help. If you help explain what's important to you, that'll also help drive the discussion as well with the other task force members.
Sure, but if we have more than we can discuss in the context of a meeting, which, you know, I mean, we're trying to be really thorough, and there isn't time often for everyone to discuss all their comments. So that's a way of getting them to within the government in the sunshine to other task force members. So just a suggestion, but I think it's really important.
Okay, we'll explore. We'll keep thinking of different ways to. You know, the big thing is we're going to try to make sure it's done right and spend the time on each guiding principle so all the comments are heard and we can get to get to that end result where everybody can live with. So, okay, we'll see what we can do, Janet.
Thanks.
Okay, Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife, you had your hand raised. You have a question for Weiwei?
Yes, actually, I want to agree with Janet. I mean, I want to commend her for her recommendation this morning, which I recommend is the way to go. Is TNC has offered recommendations, Defenders of Wildlife has offered recommendations. I know Audubon has as well. You know, why don't you present a document that has all our recommendations on there so we can see it? And then we can use some type of, consensus building process, whether it be nominal group technique or whatever, bringing out the planner in me, to figure out a way to come to terms with some good language. Right now, I mean, I have a whole bunch of different ideas that I want to suggest, but we don't have time, and this forum. I mean, we've had technology challenges where, half the folks were offline. I mean, it's not conducive to effectively getting to where we need to be, I think, where we are now.
Well, to date, I don't think we've had any technology challenges with GoTo or the deliverable. We've had some other issues, but nothing to do with what we've delivered. Now, to be frank, guys, it's up to you guys to sell some of your ideas and your preferences to the rest of the task force members. Just because it's 1, 2, 3, or 4 member comments may or may not be the prevailing theme. So, guys, you got to help sell that in person when you're talking about what your preferences are. And just because they're written down doesn't mean they're the final work product. So you got to step up and certainly try to explain your position and gain support with that method.
Nor did we stop it.
I'm trying to help you get to that point. Janet offered a good recommendation of a way that folks could contribute to something. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, to add to what Will just said, Janet and Kent, I understand your concern about that we don't have enough time at these meetings, and we wanted to focus the meeting discussions on key items regarding guiding principles. So let us explore some ways to for us to expedite the discussion, but also operate under the sunshine and make sure that the public has access to everything. I think one thing that we can definitely do is that before the next meeting, we're going to have all the meeting prep materials on the internet, so task force members can peruse when they have time, and when you guys come to the meetings, you'll be prepared for the discussions, so staff can make that commitment.
Christopher Emanuel with the Florida Chamber of Commerce, you had your hand raised.
I think Wei just pretty much spoke to my point. I was going to wonder out loud what mechanism we could have to share some of these documents. I think the conversation has been great. We've got plenty of task force members here that have spoken quite a lot, and it's awesome that they've got more to say. But I do think making sure that we have some back and forth among the force members is going to be very important. So I don't know how to foster that in the coming meetings, especially online, and certainly I'm sympathetic to FDOT's new reality with this virtual environment, and really appreciate the work that y'all have done.
Yeah, I just want to point out also over to my left, there's some folks you can't see, but we're monitoring everybody that raises a hand and want to make a comment. And at no time today have we stopped any discussion when there was hands raised. So is there any more, Greg?
Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yes, I want to go back to Janet's suggestion. I really believe that what should happen is that you should send out a draft in front of the next meeting, give the task force members an opportunity to submit written comments, ask every task force member to do so, and then compile the consistencies and the differences between those comments or specific recommendations for changes in the language, and have those become the discussion points at the next meeting. There's nothing that violates the sunshine law about that. Will, you said it's up to us on the task force to sell our ideas to other task force members. We can't do that without violating the sunshine law, other than in the context of these meetings. And so what we really need to do is to have a platform so that each person's input can be set side by side. And then what we're probably going to find is there's a lot of consensus if we do that. But you know, where we are in these discussions is that there are 3 or 4 of us speaking up. The other members of the task force are choosing not to speak up. And then you are sitting back wondering, well, what do the other members of the task force think about the 3 or 4 people who have spoken up with their recommendations? And so we've got to get past that threshold. And the way to get past that threshold would be about a week ahead of the next task force meeting to have a written document go out that compiles everybody's recommendations on the guiding principles. Have you, in advance of that, send a working draft to each task force member and ask them to comment, not in generalities, but with specific text changes. And then let's talk about those specific text changes at our next meeting. And that way everyone will know what everyone else is thinking. It will all be consistent with the sunshine law. And we'll be able to make some decisions.
Well, Charles, I have 2 points going back to what you just said. What Will meant for you to sell your ideas is for you to sell your ideas at the meetings. He didn't mean for you to go talk with task force members violating the sunshine. So that's the first point. The second point is that I'm not sure that we're all comfortable with all these substantive discussions going on by submitting comments. We're very comfortable with task force members submitting editorial comments in writing, but the way the task forces are organized, these substantive conceptual discussions need to happen in the open so members of the public can hear what's going on. But we will, as staff, will facilitate anything that we need to do to facilitate your discussion, and let us explore some options as to how to address your concerns. And we'll bring something back before the next meeting. But I'm just not very comfortable with these submitting written comments on the, we've gotten letters. These are comments, but I don't think the task force discussions should be going on through written comments.
No, it would not be task force discussion between task force members. It would be a submission to you as staff of DOT. And then you as staff of DOT at our next meeting would elicit whether there's a consensus or not on those points. The other way to handle it would be when you go and put up on the screen a specific guiding principle recommendation and people make comments as to what their specific changes would be, for the facilitator to then say, all right, you've heard that recommendation from task force member X. Does anyone disagree with that? If so, and if no one speaks up in disagreement, that means consensus. If people if people believe they don't agree with it, then it's their responsibility to speak up. But we've got to get to a point where we're actually nailing some things down, and the two ways to do that would be a process of written recommendations on changes that we would submit in advance. And then if that's not possible, the other way to do it would be, as we go through each one, for you to basically say, okay, do we have consensus on that? And then you'll hear whether we do or we don't.
Yeah, Charles, I think we're all trying to get to the same place where we have consensus on these guiding principles. So let us bring some options back next time. Okay. And we will have materials for you to review and study before the next meeting. So
okay.
Wait, before we go, and I know that we've got a president, that Will's got a brief presentation, but Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, representing Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, I wanted you to have the last word on this, or the last hand raised.
Yes, sir. I'll try not to be too negative, but the irony to me on this is that I've been listening since 9:30 this morning. If you did a compilation of speaking time today, I'm sure you'll find that 2 or 3 speakers spoke most of the time today, and they're the ones saying that they're not hearing from the other people. So it would really be nice if we stuck to what the topic was and did not spend so much time discussing how the meeting should be run. I mentioned this in the past. I mean, look at the time we spent today just discussing about the way the meeting should be done instead of talking about the topics that were in front of us. I couldn't agree with way more. Let's hear everybody's ideas first instead of the filibustering and the time consumption going on some of these topics. Let's get it all out in front of us, and then we can deal with it from a high level and work our way down. If there's one consistency I've heard is we start from a high level and work our way down, and we've been drilling down, and you all have been trying to keep us coming back up. So that's why I've said here, tried to be patient, but it really gets very frustrating when I hear the same people over and over talking about the same things, and then in the end they say, well, we didn't have enough time to discuss anything today. So perhaps our facilitators in the future can do a little better job of time allocation. And I know you're bending over backwards to make sure that everybody gets heard, but I know there's some people that, and I know I'm not the only one who feels this way, but sometimes, and I've learned this in public life, a lot of people are thinking what you're saying, they just don't want to say it. So I'm just laying that out there as well. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any final comment, Wei, in regards to the report and the draft report and kind of the next steps in regards to that before we go to Will?
Just that we're going to document all your comments and document the track change with the regard to the guiding principles before the next meeting.
Okay.
All right, Will, are you ready for your presentation?
Sorry. Thank you, Greg. We'll get through this pretty quickly. All right, so I just want to go through, just going to rehash a couple key points. I know we speak a lot about avoidance. Let's not forget about some of the key features that MCORS brings us with enhancements. So as we've progressed through our task force discussions, we've identified potential enhancements within the region that can be applied throughout the corridor planning process. During our meetings, we've discussed potential enhancements related to safety, operational improvements, hurricane evacuation, emergency preparedness, utility and infrastructure improvements, multimodal choices, economic development, wildlife crossings and corridor connections, and water quality enhancements. Some other potential enhancements and protections discussed include providing for multiple utility uses in the right-of-way, workforce and education development, enhancing tourism, marketing opportunities, spring shed and ecosystem protection, and scenic, aesthetic, and landscape beautifications. There's a lot of things we can do as far as enhancements. Elements to these enhancements can be applied to the corridor facilities as we move towards a more refined path or course. Perhaps one of the more prominently discussed principles for the Suncoast corridor has been the concept of co-location. Throughout the task force meetings, this guiding principle has been a focus of discussion for not only aspects of avoidance and minimization, but also the opportunities for enhancements of both natural environment resources and local and regional community needs and goals. Starting with this slide and following with the next two slides are a variety of resources that have been discussed and identified as opportunities for co-location. These include existing major corridors, roadways, utility lines, trails, and rail locations. Co-location decisions will also provide for how the new proposed facilities can provide for gaps in transportation access and technology connectivity within the region. The design of the routes can provide connections where needed and bypasses where optimal. Because the corridor planning and design will also focus on environmental enhancements, connecting gaps in existing greenways and trails will be considered. Technology gaps can also be addressed within and along the corridor to aid in interconnecting the entire region. Broadband, which we've covered many times, coverage can be expanded to provide enhanced technology connectivity to businesses and residents throughout the study region. Other technological connectivity enhancements, such as wildlife sensors, can communicate with nearby vehicles to help reduce crashes. So what are the next steps? We've tried to come back to this slide many times, kind of show where we are with the task force. As you can see in the project development process chart, we're fairly early in the process. Your recommendations will be carried forward into all future phases of the program. During planning and PD&E, your instructions for project development and beyond will apply guiding principles to identify avoidance and attraction areas, evaluate and narrow potential path and courses, guide decisions about corridor location, design, and mitigation, and develop project-specific commitments. In the next meeting, we'll show examples of how these instructions can be used to identify potential path and courses during planning and PD&E. One additional next step we'd like to bring to your attention is that we'll be providing an initial path course map to you at the next task force meeting. The path course graphic will utilize the draft guiding principles that have been developed to date, and we will take the time in meeting number 7 to discuss the map and further refine the guiding principles. So this will be the first time graphically we'll use your guiding principles to take those next steps. So back to Secretary Evans to discuss the other next steps.
Thank you for today, Wei as well. Just to recap a few next steps. First, today's presentation recording will be posted on the website. Secondly, the team will record any revisions to the needs and guiding principles and draft instructions discussed today and provide an updated draft for circulation in advance of the August meeting. If you have any additional comments, please send those to Ryan by, let's say, a week from today, so we can incorporate those for consideration into the next version. Thirdly, we'll continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout the process. And finally, we'll be in touch soon as we solidify the timing and format of the August meetings. So let's now adjourn the task force meeting and move on into public comments. Greg Vaughn, I believe you will lead us through that effort, sir.
All right, we'll now go into the public comment period. The comment period will be slightly different today, as we'll be accepting public comments from those who are joining us virtually online, as well as any speakers that we may have in attendance at our public viewing locations in Jefferson and Gilchrist counties. As always, we encourage everyone to stay engaged during this portion of the meeting, and we appreciate your continued engagement and involvement. Requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 2:30 this afternoon or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be addressed during the public comment period. Comments will be made in the order of the request. If you do not respond when you are called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comment within your allotted time of 3 minutes. If you hear, you will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for those tones. If you have more information that you'd like to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing or further consideration. You can submit those comments anytime at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Only one person at a time will be unmuted. If you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. After completion of the virtual public comments, we will subsequently move to Jefferson County public viewing location, as well as the Gilchrist County viewing location there. All right, so the first public speaker that we have today is Lindsay Cross. So Lindsay, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. Task Force members, you should have received an email from me yesterday with a tally of public comments showing that the overwhelming number of Floridians are against building of these roads. Members and volunteers with the No Roads to Ruin Coalition went through the painstaking effort of reviewing public comments through February, categorizing them as for, against, or neutral or undecided. Of 1,546 comments received, 87.7% were against the roads. This also does not include more than 7,272 comments provided using form letters. DOT has essentially discounted these, which is disingenuous, as one of the task force members pointed out. I appreciate that DOT has provided a compilation of public comments to you today and believe this has largely happened because some of you task force members requested this information, as well as organizations and businesses seeking to protect our natural resources and community welfare. Yesterday, I'm sure that you also read the report published by Florida Tax Watch that shows the frightening and bloated cost to build just this corridor. Florida Tax Watch is not a liberal group of tree huggers. It is an independent, nonpartisan government watchdog that has presented a frank review of the huge economic burden this will put on Florida taxpayers. The report estimates the cost just to build the Suncoast corridor could be between $4 and $10.5 billion, and that the required tolls needed to pay off construction bonds would be in excess of current average per mile tolls throughout the entire Florida Turnpike system. These costs and the long-term financial implications of this should be top of mind as you continue in this process. Last month, Governor DeSantis vetoed more than $97 million of water quality and transportation infrastructure upgrade projects, including in your local communities. We know that more severe cuts are to come. The MCOR's budget not only remained unscathed, but ballooned from $90 to $117 million this year by funneling money from funds to help rural communities like the Small County Road Assistance Program. Much of what the local community desires, such as broadband, water quality infrastructure, could be characterized, as Commissioner Dozier mentioned, as a third tier or aspirational goals. Local residents don't want more pollution, more concrete, and more sprawl. They don't want these roads. Remember, as you were told this afternoon, these are your guiding principles. They're not DOT's. They're not the Senate President Galvanos. They should take into account the strong opposition from the public and the overwhelming need to protect our water, wildlife, rural communities, and taxpayers. The only way to respect this is through no build. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, my name is Herman Younger. I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club based in Gainesville, Florida. Task force members, you have all recently received important information from the No Roads to Ruin Steering Committee regarding MCOR's public comments. The No Roads to Ruin Coalition made a public records request to FDOT to receive all the written comments from August 2019 to February 2020. To no surprise, close to 88% of the comments were not in favor of this disastrous toll roads project. This does not include a vast majority of the 7,272 public comments received through form letters, which FDOT did not include in our public records request. The public has made their position clear. As community representatives, you have a duty to act in the interest of the public. I urge you to strongly consider this data when making your recommendations, and that you echo the voices of the public and recommend no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next is Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
I have been a professional environmental scientist for over 40 years. I'm an activist, not a lobbyist or a consultant. FDEP is an agency of the past. What have you done? The Florida Department of Health is an agency of the present. How many people tested positive today? The FDOT is an agency whose mission is the future. They boldly go where no one has gone before. This project has the great potential to be a national and international showcase for how to build the roadway of the future with the planned flexibility of incorporating emerging technologies. In your discussion of draft high-level needs, the department identifies protect, connect, and enhance natural resources and habitats as a laudable goal. I want to make a radical proposal. There are some construction companies that frequently violate the environmental laws. They get fined by DEP and the US EPA. They pass those fines off in their charges as the price of doing business. That may be why they come in as low bidder. They do not resolve or stop committing the environmental offenses. To have this project be consistently environmentally excellent, I'm proposing that as a requirement of the bidding process, the construction companies must prove that they have not been fined or been charged with any violations of Florida or US EPA laws in the past decade. We can break this chain of environmental destruction through the change in the bidding process. This will comply with your principles of mitigating the impact of corridor construction while protecting Florida's natural resources. One excellent infrastructure opportunity is having all the tolls be solar powered. One innovative strategy I would like to see as a guiding principle is that this project complies with the 100% renewable energy community vision goal. I'm proposing that all electric charging stations be both solar powered and portable. Portable charging stations will support ever-changing evacuation response and recovery, along with major event preparedness. After all, Florida has more Super Bowls than any other state. A state-of-the-art energy efficient goal must be to have electric car, bus, and train recharging strips embedded in the roadway. Expanding the non-motorized trail network will also contribute to the 100% renewable community vision. When possible, parking in rest areas and roadside right-of-ways, use paving that allows for maximum stormwater percolation. Please continue the mix of in-person and internet connected public comments. Being over 65, it's a matter of life and death for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Datz, for your comment. Up next is Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike McGrath. I'm an organizer for the Sierra Club. Earlier this month, Florida made headlines across the world for all the wrong reasons, for reporting record-breaking 15,299 coronavirus cases, highest total by any US state since the start of this global pandemic. We'd be deceiving ourselves if we were to claim that things have improved, as this past Sunday, Florida logged 5 consecutive days of 10,000 plus coronavirus cases. Before this pandemic, MCORS was poorly framed, ill-advised, and short-sighted project. Now it's simply reckless and irresponsible. Each of the MCORS corridors lack a documented needs analysis and reliable projections for its fiscal feasibility. Projected costs for these toll roads could range anywhere from 10 billion on lower bound to 27 billion on upper bound. These figures are especially tough to swallow when considered the recent budget vetoes by Governor DeSantis. Despite more than 1 billion in budget vetoes, MCORS was not cut. In fact, the MCORS budget grew from a projected 90 million to an astounding 117 million this year, while hundreds of millions of dollars in funding were cut to programs such as online learning, 911 services, affordable housing, transportation infrastructure upgrades, septic to sewer, flood protection, and other water quality projects. During a pandemic that's blown up our state budget, crippled our economy, and left so many unemployed, it's hard to believe that Governor DeSantis, other state politicians, and task force members could still plan to go through with supporting this reckless waste of taxpayer dollars. Those who still seek to champion MCORS represent the force of judgment and prudence for how to use taxpayer dollars considering the direness of the situation. As locally elected officials and appointed community representatives that sit on the task force, are the local projects still being implemented, or is money instead being diverted to this boondoggle? Is MCORS really the best use for our taxpayer dollars and limited state budget during this crisis? Governor DeSantis and his staff have conjured up 3 C's that would follow in light of the challenges presented by this pandemic. I have my own 3 C's that I would urge task force members and FDOT staff and others to consider adopting in respect to MCORS. Commit to securing funding for COVID-19 relief. Call off the MCORS process now and cancel all future MCORS task force meetings and consult your conscience. We need guiding principles that recommend no build and recommend the integrity for the future of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath, for your comment. Up next, Jim Tatum from Tampa, Florida. Jim, you are unmuted.
This is Jim Tatum with our Santa Fe River of Fort White. First, I'd like to echo the comments that Lindsay Cross made regarding the negative public comments and her comments about the Florida Tax Watch. On the MCORS webpage, it lists 11 benefits the new toll roads might bring. If we began to enumerate the disadvantages, the cost, and the harm the new corridors and the development they would bring, we could list tenfold that amount. From the very first meeting in Tampa, there has never been a consideration of the need for the roads, and never ever a consideration of weighing the advantages against the disadvantages. From the beginning, all presentations were obviously based on the assumption that the roads were necessary and their construction was assured. To say that the project was rammed down our throats is one way to put it. Only a few people who stand to gain riches from these projects would say that the new development and resultant traffic and water consumption could be good for Florida. All our water projections for the forthcoming year show huge deficits in our freshwater supply with no viable solutions. We cannot sustain our current usage, yet we continue to give new permits and invite more people and development. The public comment so far has been overwhelmingly no build, and thus I urge the members of the task force to recommend no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum, for your comment. Up next is Shirley McCullough from Denellen, Florida. Shirley, you are unmuted. Shirley McCullough, you are unmuted. Shirley will circle back. Up next is Eugene Kelly from Brooksville, Florida. Eugene, you're unmuted. You're self-muted.
Since the question of financial feasibility was initially raised during task force meetings back in late 2019, that whole subject seems to be relegated to some point in the future. and dismissed as an item for this task force to consider. I continue to find that highly disturbing. It's often suggested government should be run more like a business. Whether you agree with that or not, we do need to live within our means the same as a private business would. I find it difficult to conceive of a private business launching into a major project, spending millions on planning without some assurance the project would be financially feasible. Florida's committing over 750 miles to MCORs between now and 25. That doesn't include construction costs. Where will that money come from? The recent Tax Watch study has been mentioned a couple times. I haven't had a chance to review it completely, but it does point squarely to the financial infeasibility of MCORs. Among other things, it suggests toll receipts on the Suncoast connector would have to exceed those collected on the main line of the turnpike on a per mile basis to cover the statutorily required share of debt service on any bonds issued to finance construction. The governor, he vetoed $1 billion in spending from the 2021 budget. That included $225 million in affordable housing, tens of millions in funding to finance local transportation projects. To the extent that a state's budget and spending priorities reflect its values, I sincerely hope that in your final report, you will decide to address this question of financial feasibility. This MCORS process, the task force process, is perhaps the only opportunity where these kinds of concerns as expressed by the public can actually be conveyed to the decision makers. You may want to look at your charge as one simply of putting together guidelines for how DOT should approach identifying the actual alignment for a road. I hope that some of you will look beyond that narrow scope and consider that you do have a responsibility as our representative to impress upon the decision makers that no more money should be spent on MCORs until financial feasibility has been thoroughly investigated.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for your comment. Up next is Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Okay. Hi, Matthew Schwartz, representing the South Florida Wildlands Association. And the first comment I have is regarding something I heard a couple of times today from Wayway and the last presenter, that MCORS does not have to be a new toll highway, that the project can include co-location on existing highways, improving those highways, providing such services broadband and improved sewage and wastewater, also enhanced protection for wildlife habitat, wetlands, spring sheds, etc., that could be decoupled from these toll highways. It doesn't have to be part of it. Maybe I wasn't clear that that was in there before, but if that's where this is, then we are urging the task force members to make no recommendations at all on any new toll highway routes and push only for much less destructive alternatives that will actually enhance natural resources and quality of life for rural Florida residents. We can live with new wildlife crossings and openings in existing highways to bring back natural hydrological flows. We cannot accept new highways through existing wetlands, wildlife habitats, and corridors. And along with the colleagues that we heard from today, tabulating the responses, nor can the vast majority of the people of Florida. We would also urge that task force members push for a new bill in the Florida legislature, which rescinds SB 7068, and which does not call for the destruction of the new toll highways, replaces it with state funding for a comprehensive report and study on the transportation needs of the state. Going through this process without that needs analysis, as others have said, and not the guiding principles as the foundation, is simply ridiculous. If Florida Power and Light or Duke Energy was applying for a new power plant, the very first step would be approval by the Public Services Commission and their agreement that there is a need for the new power plant first. How can you possibly conduct this planning process without that decision? This is a classic example of putting the cart before the horse, get the horse engaged, show the people of Florida that there is a need for these new highways first, and then go to planning. The process and this project currently has zero legitimacy in the eyes of the public. Finally, I'd like to say that no science has been presented yet on this projected cumulative impacts on our state from MCORs. Wildlife habitat, springs, wetlands, aquifer, wastewater, etc. None of that has been looked at. The only observation you got was from a wildlife scientist who said the project will be a disaster. How MCORs will trigger enormous quantities of growth throughout the corridors, and that expected growth, what you guys have been calling revitalization of rural economies, should be part of the impact analysis. Maybe the state is not planning on doing that, but certainly the federal agencies who are going to analyze this project through the eyes of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, although that has been watered down lately. No problem. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted. Vivian Young, you are unmuted. Vivian Young, you are unmuted. Vivian will circle back. Up next is James Owen from Monticello, Florida. James, you are unmuted. James Owens from Monticello, Florida, you are unmuted. Okay, we'll circle back. Up next is Richard Grosso from Plantation, Florida. Richard, you are unmuted and self-muted if you'll unmute on your end. Richard Grosso from Plantation.
There I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Very good. Thank you. I am an environmental and land use lawyer. I've practiced in the state for 33 years. The points I would make, I would start off with, the statute says the task force is to evaluate the need for and the environmental impacts and the land use impacts of this road. The first thing that this task force is supposed to be doing is evaluating the need for this road. The information that has come out, including the Tax Watch report, including so many other things, have already said there's not a demonstrated need. We do not need this road. I've listened to a lot of your meetings. I've looked at a lot of materials, and quite frankly, the DOT, you seem to be ignoring that. People say that. You keep saying, we'll look at it through the PD&E study, even though the statute requires you to look at it now. The idea that we would be spending this kind of money planning a brand new highway that is not needed when we have billions of dollars of infrastructure roadway needs elsewhere in the state, particularly given what the COVID virus has done to the economy, frankly makes little sense. It's going to cost the Keys billions of dollars to elevate existing roads for existing people to keep them out of sea level rise harm. We can't find that money, yet we're going to spend millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, taking it away from other needs to build a highway that is not met. That should be job one that this task force is focusing on, instead of the ideas that you're talking about here. The guiding principles frankly. I'm a comprehensive plan, I'm a land use lawyer. I've dealt with comprehensive plan language my entire career. With all due respect, the language about prioritizing, sustainability, those kinds of words and phrases you are using in the guiding principles are completely vague, completely unenforceable. They are completely meaningless. They give you no more direction than the vague language in a statute. The certainty of the road would be there. The certainty of the money you're taking away from other projects is already happening. These vague promises to protect and restore the environment in rural areas won't work. You don't have the money to build the highway. Where are you going to get the money to do all the land acquisition necessary to actually restore the environmental features that you're going to pave over? That is a huge problem. It's a huge existential problem for planning this highway, given all of the implications here. So I think that, you know, you've got to look at bonding. You're looking at bonding. The state should be bonding and spending money to acquire land. You could be preserving the environment so much better, taking all the money you're putting into this planning process to buy environmentally sensitive land throughout the corridor. That's what you're focusing.
Time's on up, Mr. Grisso. Thank you for your comment. Up next is Ted Smith from Ocala, Florida. Ted, you are unmuted. Ted, you're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, good. All right, my name's Ted Smith, and I'm a retired architect. I live in Ocala and Marion County. The proposed Suncoast corridor weaves through a virtual gold mine of important and fragile environmental areas unique to Florida. I would like to make 5 suggestions for your consideration. 1, no way out. During high traffic periods and emergencies such as hurricanes, with resulting mass evacuations, the Suncoast corridor could be a lifesaver and would certainly ease the mass congestion that has taken place along I-75 and I-95. However, to be effective, coordination is required with the Georgia National DOTs to extend the route north through West Georgia and around Atlanta, merging with I-75 north of Atlanta, perhaps as far north as Chattanooga. There are some very pleasant 4-lane roads with medians along this route that could help accommodate this approach. With no extension, there will just be more bottlenecks with no way out. Item 2, something special. It's important for FDOT to work with environmental specialists to protect the natural fabric of the region while providing travelers with a beautiful parkway through Florida's natural wonders with unexpected twists and turns, bridges and tunnels, bike trails, vistas, and scenic surprises. If the challenges of this project are properly addressed, this could be something special, an award-winning project, an example to the nation and the world of what a parkway should and could be. We only get one chance at this, so why not go for it? After all, this is the 21st century. 3, what's in a name? Suncoast corridor is a very utilitarian name suggesting a long, narrow, uneventful space through which one has to pass to reach a destination beyond. If you want to emphasize the beauty and environmental significance of Florida's Nature Coast, a more appropriate name would seem to be Florida's Nature Coast Parkway. Item 4, for whom the bell tolls. Why not make this a truly environmentally sensitive project? You could do that by designating a significant portion of the total revenue, 25% or even 50%, for preserving, protecting, and enhancing the surrounding environment. Then, when anyone was on this road, they would know that they were helping save the environment. Item 5, this corridor versus the other 2 being studied. As a major artery down the west coast of Florida, this is the most important corridor by far. Considering the present circumstances, I suggest concentrating on this corridor and saving the other 2 for future consideration. Thanks for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your comment. Okay, circling back, Shirley McCullough, It appears has disconnected. Up next, Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted. It appears you have changed your audio to phone, and you'll need to enter your PIN, Vivian, so that we can hear you. We'll circle back again. Up next is James Owens from Monticello, Florida. James, you are unmuted. You're self-muted if you want to unmute on your end.
Okay, I just unmuted. I apologize for not being there before. I had the wrong device. Lindsay Cross expressed my thoughts better than I could do it, so I agree with that. My only other two thoughts were that some things are more valuable than money. I believe the purpose of this toll road is to develop this area. It's a wonderful resource we still have left. I read that it's 11% of the state, but only 1.5% of the population, and that's very compatible with environmental protection. You can't build without hurting the environment. The other thing is I travel down 19 if I head down toward the Suncoast, and it's not a busy road at all. I take it rather than I-75 because it's such a pleasant road, so I don't see the need for this road at this time. I wish it were an option to not build it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Owens, for your comment. Circling back to Vivian Young. Vivian Young, you are unmuted. You're self-muted on your end. You're unmuted on your end as well. Okay, we'll circle back one more time. At this time, we're going to go to our viewing locations. We'll start with Monticello.
Are there any public commenters at our Monticello public viewing location?
Hey, good afternoon, Greg. We've had some good discussions with the public here, but we have no one from this location who's asked to speak. We want to thank you for the opportunity to allow us to participate from here in Jefferson County. And back to you.
Okay. And then we'll go to our second public viewing location in Trenton. So the project staff in Trenton, are there any public commenters there?
Hey, good afternoon, Greg. Yeah, this is Gilchrist County and Trenton. No, there are no members of the public that desire to make a comment at this time. Thank you very much.
Okay. With that being said, I will turn it over to the chairman to close the meeting out.
All right, Greg, thank you. Thank you, task force members. An eventful day. I need to get up and stretch my legs. So with that, we'll be adjourned and we'll see you next time. Thank you.